that broke out, was it with nothing to do with us? It was just a general street riot.
Oh no! You guys were attacked. No,
It was definitely us. Yeah.
So who attacked us?
Who would like to describe the last scene at least? Who remembers?
Not
All right.
me.
So I'm pretty sure I saw the cops, or I saw the officers, just that town guard walking in, right? Actually, I'll start from the beginning. Pretty sure I picked a guy I picked the fight first, right, in the bar. Didn't I BM some guy or something? I can't remember. I think I said something to piss him off.
Everybody's drunk. You noticed that there was at some point while you guys were finishing up your croissants and coffee, there was a man who seemed to make a scene at the restaurant. Yeah. A waitress had accidentally spilled some coffee and food on his table, and he got up and he very angrily reacted. There was something.
Oh yeah, I told him to fuck off. Yeah, I remember that now.
Yes.
I remember that.
And then he waited outside for me. He went into some alleyway or something.
Yeah, you guys went. Yeah, looking for him.
Me and Charles followed him. Me and Elvis, Herbie and Elvis went into the alleyway.
Yes.
Then the rest of the party was suddenly attacked from behind because they didn't really realize what we were doing.
Yes,
that too. Oh, this is like my mind is racing. Carry on.
Because you didn't say anything, and so
they
followed you and we're basically at the mouth of the alley, sort of looking to see where you went as you were walking down the street. Again, this is just a very sort of busy, public, touristy street, right along the river promenade. And then suddenly you guys got yourself into this alley that was just around the corner from these stores, and there's suddenly just got hit. You guys started getting attacked, and then the rest of the party got ambushed by a lone assailant, and then all hell broke loose for a minute or so.
I stabbed that one guy in the back and then ran out of the alleyway into out of the other end of the alley.
Yes, you ran through the alley to the other parallel street, right? The one that's the second one from the river, essentially, something like this, or another street, one of many of these blocks, and you stabbed him as you were coming out of the alley. So you kind of stabbed him, and you're on his back and stabbing him as you stumbled into the crowd on the sidewalk coming out of the alley, stabbing this man.
What was I doing? Does anyone remember? Was I still in the alley?
You were in the alley. Yeah, no. Let's. Okay, so no. You were in the alley.
Sorry.
Shay, do you remember? Let me see if Shay can recount some of this. What can you tell us, Shay?
So, when we went in the one side of the alley, we came out the other. We were getting chased by some people who were calling us out, saying, "I think somebody came out of the sewer. Somebody came out of the sewer." And then that was after the mist and all that. So then, actually, I think that's all I remember.
We made it into the alleyway and we were followed, and I flashed my police badge and told them to go away. Then, of course, we made it to. I get everything up to there. I just don't know how the fight ended for each of us individually. So I remember Herbie was running away. I sort of remember I was running away because I had the idea of heading. He was ahead of me, and obviously I can't catch him. But I was going to try and head to the railway tracks or something.
Oh yeah, and my idea was to go and just disperse into the crowd and kind of try to blend in.
Yes, because this partially you remember was the beginning where you guys were trying to escape the sewers, and then Braegar, because Braegar had set an explosive device, right, with his familiar to blow up.
As he does.
Yeah, that was the beginning, right? You guys are still trying to escape the sewers. You send an explosive device to blow up the area where the cart, the carriage has sort of somehow fallen down, right? And so that was a distraction where you guys went up the manhole, and some people saw you, but you were able to basically persuade them and bullshit them that nothing had happened. I think at that point that was something where Elvis had used his badge and his police power.
Yeah, we were followed by some civilians who were going, look, they went this way!
Yes.
They were mucking up an operation or something.
Yes, exactly. Well, there had been, a lot of other distractions, so no one really paid attention. Afterwards, you eventually guys went to the cafe. because Braegar was supposed to go. You guys had to go to the Courtier Marchand to pick up some things, right? And so anybody else can start filling things in. I was saying, so that was at the beginning. At the very end was this situation, right? You guys were running out of the alley, and the last thing is that there seemed to be like there was a wall of fire. There was a wall of fire at the end of the alley where you guys had run from, like where you had guys. So not where you were exiting, but the original entry point in the alley.
Right. Yeah. And at that point, Eve said, "I'll just follow Elvis. I've got to go." And I think I was trying to blend into the crowd and make my way towards the train station tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to try and jump over them and use the train station bridge if I could see there was like an undercarriage or something to get across the river.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I don't know where I'm in relation to anyone else. That's it, apart from Eve, obviously.
Okay, so I mean, are you guys all scattering randomly?
I honestly don't know. I remember everything else now. I just don't remember what we would have decided or whether we could decide because we were split up.
I would try to stick with
Can you put the battle map up? Maybe.
Yeah. Actually, the thing is, my computer shut off. And I'm trying to goddamn get into roll 20.
No worries.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are sort of in the middle of the map. You're by the river. Yeah. You're not far from the train. The massive train station. There we go. That should work now. No, let's start today. So let me make sure I put it in the. Yeah. So of course, here you're still in the Courtier Noblique, basically. So yeah, you guys are here. Let me get you there, and I'm going to ping where you should be. Ish. So what I was imagining is that you guys are, you're probably somewhere here. Yeah.
We don't have to prestidigitate us.
Has the old man's mind caught up with where we are?
Who's the old man?
You.
Which one?
Yeah, which one of the many old men?
It's like, I mean, Kai is undead.
Charles, I mean.
All right. His phylactery is a nice bottle of craft beer.
Damn it, you guessed correctly.
Yeah, so I could actually see that. But yeah. So I think we were going to do that then. I was going to head towards the bridge if we're all split up. But I think, in all honesty, we should split up anyway. Oh, yeah, because you already did prestidigitate us, didn't you? Before we got into the fight in the alley.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're not looking too bad. Just like beaten up. Yeah. All right.
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't get that.
After the alley fight, or when you guys come out of this?
No, before the alley fight. Yeah. So yeah, if we are all split up, and I would recommend that we all split up, I will head towards the train tracks and check out if there's a way across, under the bridge or around the bridge. Or
Okay. I mean, you're just going to have to book it to one of the the bridges.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I guess. Yeah. It's fine. I always imagine maybe you're in the Quarter Publique. Maybe you're here. It doesn't matter what side you are. It's equally.
Well, if it doesn't matter what side it is, can I be in the Quartier Publique? Yeah. Because that's where I was heading, across the bridge.
Yeah, so it's the thing. I'd imagine it was here, because it was closest to the. It was because I believe you guys had actually gone back to the Academy of Science, maybe get a short rest or something, and then to come here.
That's what I was trying to do. Yeah, I didn't know whether we'd make it or not.
I thought you did, right? So maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're definitely right, and we don't need to hide or do anything else to make that happen.
Now that it already occurred, I have a feeling that you guys took the opportunity.
We didn't return yet. I'm pretty sure. I think we were actually going for a drink and then having it. Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense because we picked. Anthony, have you sent the link yet to the video?
So I gotta tell you.
This is why we record our sessions, guys.
So I'm gonna tell. No, so let's remember like a kind of what happened. Like you guys had been a day shot, right? So or otherwise, you had been procuring materials, right? You had dressed yourself properly to go into the culture marchand. And then at night, your idea was to stop for some kind of nice, middle class style dinner at a true, petit bourgeois sort of restaurant, right?
Florida homeowners, if you have a power meter like this on the side of your house,
rough around the edges. At that time.
Yeah, we met with those vampire guys, and they're after me now.
Yes,
that's right. Yeah, they don't like you very much at all. We were talking about how to track them down, weren't we?
Yes. It
Yeah.
Go ahead, Shay.
Now I remember. Right? So we told them that they wanted me to come with them to speak with their elders and let their elders decide my fate.
Yeah.
And I said, how about you go alone and talk to your elders and come back and talk to me, because I'm not going anywhere with you if I don't know what my fate's going to be.
That's right. And then we were talking about ways to maybe like get the drop on them, follow them, sort of a thing.
Yeah, and so then was Anatonia said that she could track them, or somebody could track them.
She knew that they were coming here. She had some information about their movements. Anania's not here. But then at some point you guys, that had been like at night, and then at some point you guys decided to go shopping, right? You wanted to go to Couture, so that happened, yeah. And that's because you met them at the Thirsty Dog, which was again that bar down by the docks in the upper northwest of the Couture Marchand, the Howling Hound. Sorry, and then at some point you guys had gotten back to the Academy of Sciences after that, because that was night. That would have been nighttime. I believe that was already after your shopping trip. Yeah, so at some point you must have gone back. The next morning you got together. You went for breakfast, so to speak, or lunch.
Yeah, he's right.
I
Braegar,
spent the night at Lucian's.
Yes, you spent the night at Lucian's. Yes, of course. Oh, yes. Now I'm forgetting. Yes.
Now, because I wanted croissants. I remember now.
Yes. Lucian,
Priorities.
I forgot to give. Oh, Shay, totally forgot. I was supposed to give you some info. God damn it. Okay, yeah, my bad. Totally slipped my mind. It's like the last couple weeks of school.
Goddamn old people, man! Come on.
And so then that is when you seem to be attacked. And it was now then that you experience this ambush.
Yeah, because I kept a vial of that drug blood stuff.
Yes. Now, I'll quickly say while you were there. I know you were investigating things. Yes, I mean, you saw the accoutrements from all the previous night and what he seems to have around. You saw he's got plenty of sort of, paperwork, so forth and so on. One of his rooms seems to be some sort of lab, right? He clearly has some sort of chemistry lab going on in his apartment, this area of the house.
Meth lab.
Yeah, possibly. Right. And I'm going to write some other things for you, but I totally forgot. Anyway, so for the main group, that's where you guys. So you're in the immediate aftermath of that, right? So then, yes. So Elvis, you can go running. If you want to go hide towards the train station, and try and make your way across the trestle unseen. You could, there's a
I
bridge.
would like to go back to the Academy of Sciences. I think if we're
Okay.
because I want to. I mean, I have like 4 hit points or something.
You're a bit hurt. Yeah. Yeah. You were.
Is
You
he
get out
going?
in the alleyway.
No, I really.
And I don't think there's any benefit to me of doing any shopping. But if Eve, what was Eve doing now?
I don't know.
Um, Eve was going to the little breakfast croissant place to meet with Anna Tanya the next morning. I told Lucian, "Oh yeah, that's right. I have to meet somebody for breakfast. I'm really sorry. I have to leave." Blah blah blah.
Yeah. You were there. That's why you guys all ended up there. You guys found.
Yeah. And that's where the fight broke out, right?
Yeah, that's where the fight broke. Everything was fine until the strange behavior of someone that you and Herbie followed into the alley, and then shit. And that's when shit.
A key.
Yeah. So after that, assuming we're still in the Quartier Public,
yes,
then I would, assuming I could find Eve. Because Eve was with me. I remember now.
Yeah.
I'd say I think we should head back to the academy. There's no benefit to staying out now. Where's Anatolia?
Okay, let's go.
Has slipped away.
Yeah.
Right. And an out of game question: is Kiwi coming back, or is he just not here today? Or
I believe that her work schedule shifted again, so we unfortunately
combined.
Lost
we've already lost her.
Republican Guard and the city.
I thought I finally had a buddy I could do crimes with. God damn it!
Yeah,
You'll never have a buddy, Tin.
And,
Never.
the
Right,
initiating
Charles.
thing.
Come on, you've got all of us. We're all your buddies, Herbie.
Institute of
You're not my crime buddies.
No, I wasn't talking about her.
We're not actually together. Yeah, I was about to say I ran off. I've skipped everybody. I've left you all to die.
I wasn't talking about Herbie though. I was talking about you.
Fuck you.
Trying to.
Excellent tell. How you doing over there?
Into that
Good.
area, he was an ex-soldier.
Oh,
That
all right.
ex-soldier
You following
had
all
a
this?
friend
Oh yeah.
who tried to hire
You
him.
probably
to
remember
do
it. But sorry, I'd started drinking before we started, so it's my bad. I'm much better today.
Where's no Nikholai today?
No, he said he was really tired or something. And he said he was on Team Toon, so that's really good too. Oh, that was good info.
That he was what?
He said he's on my team now, on Team Tone.
Oh,
What is this Team Turn thing? Is it just is it like West Side Story?
It's the anti-Charles Club.
Oh, right, fair. Every great hero needs.
needs a villain. Needs a nemesis.
Oh.
Yeah.
But who is the real villain in this story, Charles? Because you are the one bullying a 21-year-old, you know? That's all I'm saying.
I'm not bullying you. You have to understand what's happening. I mean, also, if you don't understand what's happening, it doesn't count, does it? And you're
That makes sense.
Clearly, I tell you what, get your
Why the hell did you send that pic?
get your support worker to explain to you what's happening. Then you can be offended.
All right, Charles. Okay.
So, all right. Thanks, Elvis. So, people, what we gonna do?
Herbie's bolting.
So
Back to
yeah,
the academy.
which way you're going? That's fine. So it sounds to me like Shay and Elvis are gonna run back and try and get themselves to the
Door of the academy.
Academy of Sciences, and then Herbie, what is your goal? What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm trying to lose the guards first. Trying to lose
Okay.
real all attention on me. How close am I to the Halfling district?
You're in the Quartier Noblique,
Mhm.
bro. You are far, far from home.
Right. In that case, I'm gonna try and evade city guard. See if I can find some water outside or something to clean. Is there blood on my clothes?
Yeah, you just stabbed a man to death.
Hey,
So you-
hey, you know,
Yeah, what?
I did a drive-by, right? I stabbed him and kept running.
Yeah,
Pulled out my knife immediately, yeah. No, I would say I'd try and find a way to clean some of the blood off my clothes.
blood's pretty hard to clean off, man.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make it like less noticeable. That doesn't look like fresh. You know, it looks more like a stain or something. That could also be like ketchup.
Of course, catch up. Braegar, what? Braegar, so hold on, I just want to go to Braegar. Braegar, you got to make your way towards the Quartier Machon then. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. No problem. All right. So
Really, you're riddled with STDs.
Oh, that's me.
So okay, so just remember, you guys were like, everyone's coming out of the alley. There's a huge fire at the end of the alley. Someone just died for the alley. There's a crowd. Like, how are you guys going to? What are you going to do to get yourselves out of the immediate vision of like dozens and dozens of witnesses?
Into an alleyway, then duck into another alleyway.
All right, so let's see. All right, so we're gonna have. This is gonna be a very short, attempt at stealth. So if you are in the most precarious position because you were immediately surrounded by people yelling and screaming and pointing. Murder!
What, at me?
At you!
Alright, I'm gonna try the previous tactic since I'm not gonna get away. Ma'am, I'm just a poor boy. This man attacked me. I had to defend myself.
Dagger dripping with blood.
Easy, I had no choice.
Front shirt. Murder! So,
Alright, I'm out this bitch. And then Herbie is just gonna start running. If he's gonna like, if counting in actions, he's gonna like double dash.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that should be what, like 80 feet or something for Herbie?
Yeah.
You can triple dash as a rogue, so to speak.
Yeah.
That is what I am, yeah.
And move out, regular action and your bonus action, yes.
Yeah, and then I want to find like the nearest alleyway in which I can hide easily, like climb in a box or something, I guess.
All right, can you roll me a stealth check?
Yes.
Just you can.
I do want this to be like an alleyway that's open at both ends, because otherwise it would not make sense why I was suddenly gone. You know?
Yeah. Sure.
Right, stealth. I'm good at those.
Okay. Yeah, you duck between the crowds. You're small. You tumble, past horse-drawn carriages. In between people's feet, bounding about, and you're very fast, and just, people can't catch you, but people still screaming murder, murder. And of course, this is where Evangeline and Braegar and Elvis, you and Nikholai, you all come out, because that's exactly the immediate aftermath. Although Braegar, you went back to take a look at the alley when the fire started, because it was like as you were exiting the alley, right? There was this wall of flame that you recognized was magical, but couldn't put your finger on what was happening. So you hear that as you guys are at the edge of the alley, and you hear that screaming.
Yeah, pointing at Herbie.
Oh damn, you bastard!
Okay. Evangeline, what are you? How are you and Elvis going to do this? You're just going to run, right?
I'm just sticking with Elvis and letting him lead the way.
Okay, and
Maybe
Elvis,
he uses
running.
badge.
Rather than running, we will. Oh
walk.
no, I'm not going to use that at the moment. Just start talking with Eve and go, God, did you see that murderer? Wasn't it awful? And blah blah blah. But just keep walking steadily until we can find a path that leads back to the to the Academy of Sciences.
Okay.
Hiding in plain sight, basically. But
Yes.
with hood up is always my thing. It's like, oh no, it was awful, wasn't it, Eve? What are you doing for breakfast tomorrow, by the way? Blah blah blah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I thought I'd hit that little diner.
Okay, see, Braegar, what is your? I want to take a quick look here. Braegar is very how dexterous you are, Braegar. Yeah. Okay, but I say that you are very successful with your very simple. Okay, with that, and then Elvis, So since you're doing the lead, can you guys roll me some deceptions as you try and walk casually out of the alleyway while some madness happens? Hello?
Who did you say that to?
No, to Elvis and Evangeline. Can you just give me a deception roll?
Okay.
It's insane how many people Herbie's killed.
So yeah, both Evangeline and Elvis. Can you hear me?
I think
I was
Elvis is not here.
trying to get there on my sheet.
Charles is be right back.
Okay, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. All right. Well, yeah. So you're easily able to sort of feign surprise and then walk away through the crowd as if nothing's happened. Right. Very good. I mean, mostly all eyes are on the criminal halfling murderer. And so, all right.
Charles.
So after that incident, Evangeline and Elvis, it won't take you. You're going to go with a
Charles.
you're going to get yourselves. I'm going to presume that maybe Nikholai is with you. So you guys are going to make your way back towards the academy signs. I think, in particular, you're just going to beeline there.
To the academy.
All right. So you guys are just going to walk. All right. You're going to make your way walking. All right. Braegar, clearly, eventually, you can hear the whistles of the city guard, right, as they are making their way towards the murder scene, and you hear the clopping of horses that are going, obviously moving in your direction at very high speed. What are you going to do? Okay. Right. Yeah. So after all that, it won't be difficult for you to make your way up to Marchand. You're in disguise, I believe. Okay. And then Herbie, which way? Where are you gonna end up going? Herbie.
Herbie, did people follow me into the alleyway? Did anybody follow me into the alleyway, or did I manage to climb into a barrel safely?
Your dexterity check was very high. So I mean, your stealth check was, and so like I said, you were able to just get the fuck out of there. But you could hear the police whistles, right? You could hear that the police, the city guard are being called. Yeah.
All right, I am not going to beeline then to the academy, but I do want to go to the academy. I'm just going to take like a long way.
Okay. Right. So eventually,
I want to get out of the quarter mache. Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense.
No, you're actually in the Culture Publique. You're not far from the
Culture
academy.
Publique, yeah. How far am I from the academy?
Oh, you're like a 20-minute walk.
Or let's say I make it like I take like a detour that would make it an hour, just to lose people who are following me.
Okay, because the academy's like over here essentially.
Do you need me to roll anything for that?
No. It was just for the concern about your immediate ability to escape the crowd. The crowd that was around. So, all right. So, Braegar, you're going to make your way. So, I was questioning: when you bought it? Did you also show yourself, or were you as Braegar, not at it? Okay.
What does the woman look like? Is it like Mrs. Doubtfire? Lord dear. It is like Mrs. Doubtfire. Except with a big hood.
So, okay. So, Braegar, as you make your way towards across the bridge, along the crowds, with your hood up and into the Culture Marchande, you're making your way back to the area where you were, where you purchased things. Clearly, this Culture leak quite well. City guards. There's city guards here and about. You can pass, walking on the bridges, so forth and so on. It's reasonably. Again, back in the Culture Marchande, Culture Publique, and Culture Marchande, they're also full of tourists, people who are clearly not from around here. So depending on the lower end of Culture Marchande, not so much. On the upper, closer and closer to the great cathedral that sits at the top. Shops become more high end, till you become more sort of high street fit. While you are walking on the street casually, notice that there are some city guardmen who are tailing you.
Hmm?
Anthony.
That's okay, good.
Yep, you notice, they seem to be, they're not being overly sneaky, right? You notice that, you notice them having been walking on the other side of the street in the opposite direction from you, and you saw them deliberately cross the street and come up behind. Say like 30 feet. They're walking fast. Okay. Okay.
In front of all the other shoppers.
Yeah. All right. There are some people. Yeah. Shocked, right? When you do that, as you go in, and so some people do notice you. You hear them, oof, do that. You immediately come. You immediately come out, and you can see, right? You get about 5-10 feet from the door, passes, and those patrol officers go. They go into the shop. The patrol officers go into the shop. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
I love the idea that suddenly everyone on the street sees a little old lady break out into a sprint.
Did you take little old lady or just random human? Okay, just random human though, right? That you're just looking like a random human. Okay, random woman. I'm sorry. Okay, no problem. Yeah, you okay? Yeah, you book it. You're out. It's not too hard for you to. Some people become surprised. Obviously, you're running in the middle of people sauntering around, and so some people bump into some of them, but you get into the alley, without a problem.
Right, you are cutting out with increasing frequency.
Oh, hold up. Okay, hold up. Just give me a second, guys.
1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. All right. That is not okay. You're able to successfully, said Anthony. I'm sorry. You get into the alley. You get through the alley, right? Again, it's basically a small side street. Get yourself around to other streets, and at the moment you're okay. I mean, you see other patrol people,
right? Obviously, there's more town guard around, but none of them pay attention to you as you keep on making your way towards the store. So that being said, you can make your way towards the store, unmolested, so to speak, assuming you're maintaining the disguise. Okay, yeah. So you get to the store, and the item that you have asked for is still being it's being finished. They tell you, please wait, please wait. Yes, I that this was a highly custom object, and they just have to put some last pieces on the scabbard, right? And then you are treated very nicely at the store. It's a very comfortable place to sit, and you are asked if there's anything else that you would want to buy. They sort of look at you and they say, "Are you buying this for your husband, or are you just but a servant?" And yes, okay, this makes sense. Unusual for a woman to be buying such things. Indeed. Here, please. We will. Would you like some cake? Here, I have some coffee for you. And so it's a very kind of upscale place. Obviously, this is super customized weapons here. Most of them, seem to be possibly more for show than for use. So it doesn't take you long to get your, after maybe another half hour, 40 minutes of chit chatting, right, with this person, and other customers come in and out. The weapon will be ready, and you can take it. Everyone else, okay. Eventually, you are going to get yourselves towards the area of the Academy of Sciences. Uh, what are you going to do? How are you going to get into the Academy of Sciences?
Into alleys whenever I saw a policeman.
Okay.
And wait until they'd passed, but otherwise just walk normally towards the back door as we usually do.
Okay, all right. So you're going to walk towards the...
Yeah, I figure that if they were waiting for us at the cafe that we've never been to before, they already know where we are.
Okay. Yeah, indeed. All right. So yeah, eventually you get yourselves to the Academy of Sciences, and of course there is a park that's behind the Academy of Sciences. Part of it is a public space, so you're able to make your way through the public space and perhaps enter through the back. Of course, there are guards posted at different locations. Clearly, these are employees the um, of the Academy of Sciences.
Yeah, they should know us, right?
Yeah, they see you coming and they question you and
just give the password.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't take much, and they assent, they look around, and they let you pass.
And once we're inside, I'd like to get hold of a servant or someone and tell them that I need to speak to who's not one of our contacts, the main guy who's a twat.
Yes, that would be... Give me a second. You mean the rather corpulent man?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So that
I prefer a fine figure of a man, personally. Yeah.
Where is he? Where is this rotund and offensive man? Yeah. Oh, Monsieur Alain Albert.
Yeah, him. And I'll turn to Eve and say, let's not tell him anything about the fight. Anything at all. But I think it would be interesting to see how he reacted to a tale of mists covering the city and the results of that, the monsters that we've seen. Maybe they'll think
Agreed.
we're mad, but I think let's see what they know.
Indeed. Okay. So yeah, when you guys come in through the back end, you would probably speak to one of the guards, right? That was there, right, in the back entrance, and give the word, and he will assent and call over one of the many servants who work here. This was probably one of the male servants uh, moving about, and then you'll be able to make your way through the back hallways down to that sort of partially hidden door that takes you deep into the sub basements of the Academy of Science. As a matter of fact, when you eventually get back to your room, you will see that there is someone there. There are two men there, actually. One is a actually, first, I will ask Titus to describe himself.
Oh, I'm a younger man of middling height, thinner on the build side, black hair, gray eyes, with a certain mischievous glint in his eyes occasionally. Clearly decked out in brigantine armor, with a bow strung over my shoulder.
I put my hand on the inside of my cloak and on the hilt of my weapon and say, "Who are you?"
I step behind Elvis and peer around his shoulder.
Okay. Along with that, you see this man. He is an older man who is wearing glasses, kind of one of those pince-nez, right? He seems a bit portly. He's dressed quite in a bit, slightly out of date, but fine clothing. He has a walking stick with him. He is, of course, in the wig. A very older style wig. It seems like maybe 2 decades old. It's the type of thing perhaps your grandfather would have worn.
So the name at the top doesn't match the name in the description.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah, I gotta edit that. Yeah, so, oops.
Is it Bernie or Alan?
No, it's Bernard de la Pointe. It's Bernard de la Pointe. Sorry about that. Yeah, Bernard. Bernard. And he sees you. He is, by the way, Titus. It is this gentleman who has asked you to along. And when both of you, all of you come, I guess, say, Herbie, you're going to get there in eventually, right? You're a little bit farther behind everyone else, so it's even Elvis and Nikholai who would see this. He bows as you come in and says, "Oh, excuse me, I am so sorry to invade your space without permission. Please, no surprises. I am Monsieur Bernard Lapointe. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. I've heard much about you. This gentleman here, he is by his appellation, Titus. Please, do not be concerned.
I am
This,
concerned. Who told you about it?
Well, it is not a secret amongst those in the know that you are special employees of
So
the
you work
Academy
for
of
the
Science.
academy.
But of course, this is why I'm here, sir. Good,
Very well.
my sir.
Okay. What can
Well,
we do?
and he turns and he goes to Eve. Eve, he sort of bows before you and he tries to take your hand and kiss it.
I pull it away and give him a look like, I don't know, you don't touch.
Oh, please, miss, no offense. I am sorry. Oh, but I assure you, there's nothing untoward here. He sort of, sits and he says, the academy has decided that your little group could benefit from some more, let us say, expertise. Surely all of you are quite remarkable, I hear, in your abilities, especially that one they call Braegar. I am most curious in meeting him. I know that neither of you could be him. He is, I hear he is quite unique in his look.
He has a certain panache.
Yes, indeed. Yes, and he's sort of, he's always fixing these little, the pin's nest on his nose, putting it up, taking it off while he talks, putting it back on. So, and he's like, well, it is really quite interesting for all of you. Please, I should hope that I can be a friend. I have heard that there are some here who are unappreciative of the work that you are doing. There are some people, some of the members of our academy here are, how should I say, deluded about their self-worth.
Oh, I hadn't noticed.
I think they're only unappreciative because they don't see the value. Unfortunately, our prices might go up shortly based on the dangers that we're seeing.
Oh,
Inflation.
Oh well, my goodness. Well, surely I'm not one of those two. I am in that charge of the petty cash. But what kind of dangers? You would say?
I would like to wait before I tell you any of that. We want to speak to the bloke you just put up on my screen and I deleted by mistake.
That's
And
okay. Elaine,
about
Elaine,
this,
or yes.
yeah. I'd like to
Okay.
speak to Monsieur Alain about this, so perhaps if he has no objections, you could join us.
Yes. Oh, yes, Elaine. He is. Goodness. The man is.
He's an absolute twat, and we both
Yes.
know that. But next time I see him, I will be apologising and pretending he's not. So please don't break that.
Oh, but of course, you are very clever. Yes. Yes, I knew many people who do underestimate you, but very nice, very good show. Very, very, very clever. Yes, he is but, I will tell you, I mean, he is but a rich fop, an auctioneer. Well, he makes his money. He has power here because he has contributed quite a bit to the building of this institution, but he does nothing. He's not a scientist.
I understand.
He's not a actually, I wouldn't say scientist. He's not a natural philosopher.
No, I understand that. Thing is, I know who he works for. I don't know you from Adam. You could have walked in off the street. Not from Adam, because I don't know you from anywhere. So, if you're willing to meet with Alain, knowing that he's a twat, and spend your time in his company, which of course is torture for most people, then I'll consider that you are trustworthy.
Oh, but of course.
Also, if you can find his little monkey people as well, we'll speak to them.
and he bows and he just, may I? He asks if he can have some, of the fruit and water that's been laid out. And he,
But please do, yes.
okay. All right. I mean, you guys have
I'm
like
gonna look
a simple.
at Titus and say, so where did they get you from then?
Oh, I'm just some Adam who walked in off the street.
Yeah, I don't think you can just walk in off the street.
I was going to say, I bet they didn't take kindly to that, did they?
You might be surprised. I've done a bit of work for the Academy in the past. They
So
like
where do
to,
your loyalties lie?
with whoever holds the key to the bank.
We've become a connected little group. Oh, sorry, you go. Eve.
I do believe I like the way he thinks.
I do believe I don't like anyone at first, so maybe I'm judging harshly.
Well, the key to the bank could help a lot of people.
Good. But not if he nicks it all first. And I say, look, we've formed a tight-knit little group here. We've all got our own motives, we know that. But, roughly speaking, we can trust each other. So, don't expect too much too soon. You'll have to prove that you can run with us. Not just skills-wise, you look capable, but in terms of your team, in terms of playing on the same team.
Well, of course. I wouldn't expect something for nothing, now would I?
Well, and I'll say, Monsieur Bernard, Monsieur Bernard, if you could arrange this meeting, then we will discuss what we have seen. But what is your specialization, Cad?
Are you talking to Delapointe or
Bernard.
me? Okay.
To Bernard, yeah, de la Pointe. Oi, Bernie! I hope no one's knocked over his phylactery.
Oh, I'm back.
Right, sorry, I didn't see that.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be, yeah, he does this sometimes. He gets lost in thought.
So, Monsieur Bernard, I would like, obviously, for this meeting to go ahead as soon as possible, but tell me, what is your specialization within the Academy?
Oh, I am a natural philosopher. Yes, actually, my interests are many. Quite frankly, I am working on various new chemical formulas. We are assisting in developing some new, more powerful explosives with some of the generals of the Republican Army. I'm not a man of violence, but I'm really more interested in the potential use of this. Powerful explosives could be useful for mining and many other things, of course. There are some other projects. Actually, I'm quite a bit on a lot of things. And he starts chatting about various, quite proudly, some new
Whoa. I'm no expert.
mechanisms he's working on, and some observations of the chemical compounds that are up in the mists, and talking about designing a new
In the
telescope.
mists?
Oh, excuse me, sir?
Did you just say you're investigating the chemical compounds in the mists?
Well, yes.
The mists that don't exist officially.
Well, we know that there are Well, actually, there are mists. Like, well, we know the natural phenomenon of the mists that are at the edges of Lamordia and at the edges of the Sea of Sorrow. Clearly, we have not yet discovered the pure, total nature of these things. We are looking.
Water.
Yeah, I mean, you do. Here's the thing: they know that there are mists. Again, there seems to be a strange, willful, ignorant behavior. It's the entirety of the civilized crescent is, of course, surrounded by a wall of mists. Right? You can only navigate through these mists with the help of the Vistani. Luckily, of course, there are many Vistani who work for de Montlieu, or because they help to guide the many merchant ships that travel through the other lands in the world.
I see. Okay. Well, in that case, he wouldn't say that. But
Yeah.
he would say, I understand. You get paid to make explosions for war, and you get to work on whatever you like. I see. But, actually, I'll tell you what. That interesting one you were talking about, perhaps you can arrange an exchange of information with him. He likes things that go bang. Anyway, unless Eve has anything else to say, or Titus, you want to say anything further yourself, I'm going to have a piece of this fruit, and then hopefully we get this meeting sorted as soon as possible.
Yeah, and
I've already asked the servant. Yep.
And he takes something out of his coat. Right, he takes out a rolled up broadsheet, and he says, "My my friends, and he sort of like unrolls it and he points it. I believe that you should be careful with this conversation with Monsieur Alvarez. He may not be in a good mood, you see." And on the front page of this broadsheet, I mean, yeah, it's underneath the name. I mean, this is like the Port-Lucine Times. There is a terrorist attack in the Quartier Marchand. Murder.
What's that got to do with us, I say? Why should that make us nervous? We saw the bombings, but nothing to do with us.
If you see there, it is there are some descriptions from witnesses that are ambiguous, of course, but you know. Around that time, Herbie, you should be arriving, and Herbie, you will see that there is a older man with a wig and glasses, and that also there is some heavily armed individual sitting around the table.
Hello, it is I, Herbie Tea the Brave. I am gonna go wash myself, because this is definitely tomato juice. I will see you all in a bit.
Okay, and so right around that time, you will see that nervously, your good friends Alceste, Hector, and Pierre come stumbling in to the room. Good. Elvis, you're here. Miss Eve, all of you, okay? They are. You are not hurt. You seem fine.
Well, fine's one way of putting it. We need to talk to you, Alain, and if possible, this gentleman, Bernard, will join us, if that's all right.
And like Pierre's like, Monsieur, Monsieur, what are you doing here, Monsieur Laporte? And Monsieur Laporte just puts his fingers together and just well, I have heard many interesting things about this group. I thought that perhaps we could all be of assistance to each other, yes? And you can hear the huffing and puffing eventually of Monsieur Alien Alviers.
How do the
Recording crit
three
recap. Things were still going.
Stooges,
Anyway, listen.
How do the three Stooges
Just judge
react?
for yourself.
Do they react to Bernard? Do they react as if he's very high up? Do they react as if he's an annoyance?
No, they bow to him, right? They're like, they bow, like, Pierre sort of like bows and says, "What are you doing here?" Oh, Monsieur Lapointe. So they definitely give him respect. Yeah, so they clearly are,
Aware of.
aware of his possible importance, right? It's obvious that they're paying deference to him.
Okay.
And then Monsieur Alain Auvier, finally comes in, being followed by two of the guardsmen, and he's sweating, right? He's like sweating. You can see the sweat is running, and his makeup is getting runny, right? Because obviously he is really one of these dandies who wears a lot of white facial makeup.
Yeah.
Right. He's wiping himself with a fine linen handkerchief embroidered. Oh, well, you have returned. We have much to speak about.
I'd like to say in High Mordentish, you're right, sir. It's very hot. And by the way, I would like to apologise for the way that we left things last time. I'm afraid you caught us after a very scary, life-threatening moment, and perhaps we reacted poorly. I offer you my sincerest apologies.
Yeah. Well, of course, I'm a man of honor. I will accept your apology. A bit late, but well deserved. Good. Well, then we are perhaps on a new footing. But I would, but for this, and he turns around and he grabs some broadsheets from behind that the guard gives to him, and he throws them on the table. He's like, "We have much more to discuss."
Well, that is why I have asked you here, sir, and thank you for gracing you with our presence. Your presence.
Yes.
This was not our doing. First of all, we were there, but as to why we have been singled out, I do not know. I've only just learned of this slanderous piece of news. However, that is not the main reason why we've asked you here.
And he's like, I must sit.
I
And
pull out a chair for him and say, please.
He waddles towards the chair and plumps down, right? He takes out his atomizer, refreshes himself. Oh, goodness, all the stairs. Oh, yes, well, please explain. Certainly, there is a situation here. None of you have been named by name, of course, but explain yourselves. What has happened? There has been an incident. There are one or two. All of these articles here describe some of you in one way or another.
Descriptions made. What are the descriptions?
There, as you pick one up, and you start reading, and it's like, witnesses speak of a black-haired woman and a hulking man coming out of the sewers. Some witnesses say that the man was identified as a town guard.
Oh shit!
There are, I believe that's the main thing. That's the main thing the witnesses would have noticed. The only ones who failed were.
I told them it was a secret operation. Those dicks.
Now that two of these fops from the academy have come up and basically identified the group as being involved in this, my opinion of them has raised significantly.
Yes, I mean you're probably aware. You would have. It's clear that you would have heard of this already. Yeah, no
So
problem.
I'll say to the guy, we were following a lead on your behalf in the Quartier Marchand, and suddenly, whether you choose to believe this or not is up to you, mists descended upon us, mists that we believe to have been magical. In that instance, the people turned wild, crazy, they were attacking. There were insects, monsters, the size of which you wouldn't believe, which also attacked us. The only way for us to escape was down into the sewers, through a hole that had been made through the rumbling and seemingly a small earthquake, again caused by the mist. In doing so, we came across more of these beasts and were forced to fight for our lives. In fact, my colleague here was nearly dragged away by one of them. When emerging from the sewer, all we were doing was trying to get back to normal, at which point an explosion went off, nowhere near us, by the way, further down the street, and suddenly people were shouting and pointing at us. We had to get out of there, we didn't want to be recognised, and we did so. The important thing, though, of course, is what do you know about these mists, sir? What is causing them? What are they?
And why do they seem to surround us?
Not us, all of us, because, it's not our fault.
Well, this is like, you know, the second time that the whole city has just been covered by this mist. Like, what is it about this city that just draws the mist?
At some point near this, I believe Anthony Braegar should be returning.
And I'm keeping a very close eye on the reactions of Alain.
Yes, okay. So, Braegar, you can probably enter around the end of this conversation if you should wish, having gotten here by carriage. And you will see now a group of people, your sort of acolytes, so to speak, your young apprentices, Monsieur Alain, and as described. So Monsieur Alain looks at you quizzically, and he's like, well, "I don't. What do you mean? Do you mean the sea fog? What madness is this that you are speaking of?
He was honestly telling us, sir, and I of course will believe your word, that you have no idea about any mists or any paranormal activity within the city as a result of said mists, either now or on the day of the funeral of that wicked man."
And at this point, Bernard Lapointe taps his finger. This is very interesting. Would you not agree, Monsieur Alain? Alvier? Yeah, I believe it is very particular. Alvier,
I'm going to give Elvis a look and narrow my eyes at him.
Alvier turns and it's like,
my arsehole contracts when Eve looks at me like that. What have I done?
Lapointe? What? I don't even know why you are here. No one has asked you here. How is it that you have... Bernard, Mr. Lapointe, come now, Alain. Do you think I am not aware of things? Oh, the walls speak here, Alan. You cannot keep this group of special talents hidden for all of us forever as your little secret missions. What? I cannot. This is unconscionable. You have no right. And he starts. It's like Alvier seems to break up into a coughing fit for the moment. And the point was like, "What you upset here? It's very interesting." Yeah, maybe, right?
Heart attack.
He's like,
"You bastard." By the way, as a fat man, we're all on the verge of a heart attack at all times.
As you come in, you're coming in as you hear him coughing right after his little bit of grandstanding. So. He falls back on the chair out of fear, right? I just sort of like, oh goodness, I'm being attacked. And then sort of the guards come in, right? They're sort of with their hands on their weapon, like, oh, Monsieur Viers, and try and help him up. What madness is this?
Sorry, there's an owl that sometimes comes here. Obviously, our surroundings are not as comfortable as yours.
So then Braegar enters. As all
I would
this
say this is
happens.
right about the time when Herbie's done cleaning up himself too. By the way, he also comes back.
Sure. As you've changed you've tried to wipe away some of the blood on your hands and on your shirt, but it's still there. It's pretty tough to get the blood out.
Yeah, I've put on different clothes though. I've put on different clothes.
You did. Okay. So, by the way, I don't know if Titus has anyone described yourselves to Titus? What has Titus seen from all of you? Who are you?
He's like a little halfling man walking in.
With ketchup stains on his shirt.
Yeah, he's put on different clothes. He's small, of course. He looks quite young. Probably pass for a child if he really tried. And yeah. Apart from that, there's nothing really like very interesting about him looking. I guess.
Yes,
he looks
Titus.
smug. He looks very, very, very smug.
Titus, he's one of those scummy ratlings. I mean, halfling.
Who said that?
I'm just telling Titus that would be his background knowledge.
All right, so
I think you scared Kai in real life. Sorry.
Elvis, describe yourself.
You see a very large human being. He is broad-chested, muscled, and is about 6'7" tall. He walks with a stoop, though, as if he tries to hide his height, which he does fairly effectively under a black woolen cloak, which is voluminous and almost unnecessarily so. He has a moustache and a jaw like chiseled out of stone. Short but not cropped hair, and he looks like he's seen a thing or two in his time, and if he's seen it, he's probably fought it.
All right.
Eve is she looks young, like she could be a teenager, but the way that she talks and carries herself, you get the impression that maybe she's been around a little bit longer than, teenage years. She's very, very thin, kind of short, especially compared to Elvis, and she is more beautiful than the average human.
All right.
Braegar, how do you appear?
Ugly man, I mean. Yeah.
You would, Titus, you may or may not have a start when you see him come in. That this man is clearly some sort of Caliban. He is some sort of one of the many mutants that crawls amongst the city. Someone who was probably, exposed to some kind of chemical agent or experiment or, as you know, dangerous magic.
He was bitten by a radioactive hobgoblin.
Yes, yeah. And
I
so
hate when that happens.
He's
I know,
he's
right?
hideous. And now you've never quite seen you've seen mutants around, of course, because you or these Calibans, because you come from the Courtier over here, of course. That's where many of them would congregate as beggars, mostly, right? Sometimes they are given jobs, odd jobs, manual labor, but they're normally shunned by society. You probably know that there's many of them who live in the down in the and not the sewers, of course, but the sewers slash ancient labyrinths that the main hill at the center of Port Lucy.
All right. So he's weird, but not unusually weird.
Okay.
I mean, unusually weird is like, yeah, you assume you know what he is. He's a Caliban.
Yeah.
He's an ugly mutant human. Normally they don't survive to adulthood, but some do. So, yeah, there he is. A pitiful creature, you would say to yourself. Yeah. Okay. And he's he's completely fearful, and he's sweating.
Jesus, that is scary.
I like this guy a lot.
And yeah, you get the fat man off the floor, and you see he's almost passed out. He's just sweating. His face, his lips are very pale at this point. He's like, oh, you're ill. Oh my, I must leave. Oh, you
Before
must.
you do, sir, please tell us. Our lives depend on it. What do you know in the academy, or you personally, of these paranormal mists?
And Bernard, he looks at Bernard. He's like, oh, well, yes, well, we know that the sea mists, they come, and when they do come, it is said that danger lurks the streets. Yes, we have not yet completely understood the mists. We are trying to study them because it is from the mists from which the Falcovian army comes. And if we have a way of controlling the mists and stopping them, then of course that is one of the many jobs of the Academy of Science. And but so this is what you speak. I know not the mists or the night of revolution. I've heard that there were some witnesses that said the sea mist came in, but I do not understand what it is that you mean. This is creatures from nightmare. No, that is impossible. What you speak is impossible. You are under
a new weapon from one of our enemies.
I would suspect it is powerful illusions. You are being charmed.
I have seen illusions, and usually they don't bleed all over me.
Yeah. He's like, he turns like he stoops over and he throws up on the floor.
I pick a handkerchief out of his pocket and hand it to him. Say, there. These things are troubling.
Oh, you see he's dazed, and he's like kind of holding his arm. I feel ill.
Perhaps you should lie down, sir.
Oh, yeah, yes. Come, get. I must leave. We will speak of this more later. Oh. Of course, he says it. He says he's saying this all in high Mordish. Unless you, so it's really only Elvis who mostly understands this. And so, yeah, the guard's going to pick him up. You see him sort of woozily stumble out. And
as he does, I'm going to just look at Bernard and raise an eyebrow, as in sort of, you seem to know more about this than you're letting on.
And Bernard puts his finger to his nose, making the shushing sound, and sort of gets up, walks, he seems to have a slight limp, uses his walking stick, and he closes the door. Oh, and he looks at Braegar and says, very interesting. This is the Braegar that you are. This is Braegar. And he turns to the three young men and says, is it not? And they all sort of like shake their head. He is even more interesting than you have spoken to me. And he bows to you, Braegar. A slight bow. Yeah. Very good, very good. This is an interesting turn of events. You ask very perceptive questions there, Monsieur, Mr. Lamar.
Well,
so
that may depend on the answers.
This of which you speak, we have had some reports. Well, I have gathered some, and others about unusual experiences during the night that it disappeared. And they seemed like mad rantings, but you are corroborating some information. It is so very interesting. And he looks at the three men and says, yes, I believe Monsieur Beauvoir, Pinchon, and Thibault, you have some studying to do, do you not? You have told me that Braegar has been teaching you some things, interesting things, yes? You plan to become illusionists in your future careers, besides natural philosophers? And they sort of shuffle their feet and like, Alceste speaks up. Well, yes, of course. It is. We will combine both natural philosophy and the natural magics, and we will have new discoveries, I assure you. And he said, yes, of course. I think you should go now and continue your studies. He taps on the floor with his cane. Do you not think, Monsieur Beauvoir? Yes, of course. Monsieur Le Bon. They bow their heads and like, Braegar, we will speak later of our progress. And they leave. He sits down and he goes, very good now. Well, then, this information, like I said, is important. Yes, indeed, we know that there was something about the mists. We do not understand them. Not only the mists that surround our the great countries of the civilized of Lamordia and de Montlieu and our the treaty countries, but beyond. I have tried to interview Vistani before, and they are very difficult. They speak but in riddles. This that you have experienced, I have never heard of before. Not completely, he says, but there are books. There are books that speak of some of this, of those caught in the mists, trapped in strange places and strange times. The mists are a natural phenomenon, but they are unnatural at the same. There are tales of those who walk into the mists, never to come back. Tales of those who come from the mists, here to de Montlieu, from faraway places, never knowing how they came here. There are ships who have been lost in the mists, never to return, even with Vistani guides. The Vistani call their paths the mist ways. Yeah? It allows them to traverse through the dangers. They say that if one gets lost, there are things in the mists that are not of this world.
And you
Perhaps we are.
think... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And you think these mists, which have traditionally been delineated around particular areas, have somehow made their way into our city, whether by natural means or perhaps by the hand of a particular person or persons unknown?
It is possible. It is not. I am, of course, clearly aware that there are many magics about. There are magics, of course, of powerful. They create powerful illusions. Of course, they are all over our arts and our theaters. So at first I would have considered such a thing. But I have read more, and there are stories of mists appearing in the city, in the countryside. People disappearing into small fog banks, never to return. There is something here. There is something beyond that. I think Braegar would understand. I am aware that Braegar is, of course, some of you are involved in illegal uses of magic. None of you here are licensed to be illusionists or stage enchanters. And from what I have heard, it seems that you have other abilities that are unusual. These magics that you display are normally only reserved to military use by the Republican Army and Navy. But there are other things that I have heard, other magics, as they say. Magics, of course, must be part of the natural world, as are the mists. I am not an expert in these things, but I would like to know more.
I'm not an expert either, but I'm pretty sure those mists aren't natural.
Ah, but my dear, the mists surround us all. They are always with us. But what you speak of, this experience is new. I will have to investigate this. I am sure that I will find some tales and some books about this. It is possible. Your experience is, I shall say, unique to my researches of the mists.
Perhaps we should try and find some Vistani ourselves to ask. What do you think?
Yes, that's
Thought we had one already, but she betrayed us, like all Vistani do. I mean,
You had a Vistani?
Well, we met one shortly before we started working with you, but unfortunately she betrayed us to a gang and we were forced to fight them. We have had no contact with her since, of course.
Ah, that is unfortunate. Yes, it is unfortunate, but to have a Vistani, it's very difficult to talk to them, you know.
Yes, well, tricksy buggers. Anyway, listen, if we can help you, we'd be very interested in doing so. But this information has to flow both ways. Is that agreeable to you?
Oh, but of course. Now, I understand that you are under the employ, of course, and it is Monsieur Auviers that has put you on some sort of fact-finding mission. Yes, there are some. There seems to be some sort of, let us say, forces there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's a political movement they've asked us to look in. I'm sure you can guess which sort. By the way, what's the name of Eve's boyfriend?
Oh, Lucian.
Lucian.
As a sign of good faith, perhaps you could tell me what you know of Monsieur Lucien.
Make sure. Monsieur Lucien Bichola. Oh, Monsieur Bichola. Yeah, well, that young man, he is a genius. I assure you. I have worked with him on several projects and studies. He is uh, a once-in-a-generation mind. His understanding of mathematics is remarkable. As a matter of fact, he has many theories that are linking mathematical analysis of the very grounds of the this thing from which magic flows.
What is that called?
He is well. He has not
What?
named it yet, so
No.
to speak. It is magic. It is.
I suggest that if you see him, you ask him whether the weave might be a good descriptor.
Yes, the weave. That is an interesting name to use. Yes. Okay, well, yes. I want to. He is the youngest lecturer at the university. I also know he's a bit of a ladies' man. He is a charming. But no, I assure you, he has his hands in many projects. I understand that he has several, like myself, contacts within the military who should seek his support. Monsieur Lucien is himself trying to understand. His interest is not in the mists as I, but his interest does seem to be also in the human body, in the study of the humors and human health. He has identified very many interesting things. He is beginning to actually have some particular theories about diseases and blood. Like I said, he is a man of great intelligence.
Is he a man whose intelligence hampers his social skills, his insights, or is he a man who is fully rounded in that respect?
Well, he is young and brash. He is
not to be trifled with.
Yes, he is. Let us say he is. He has still not found his footing. His intellect is vast, but his heart is one in which he seeks pleasure.
The advancement of knowledge is, of course, a great thing, but perhaps should be tempered by someone wise due to consequences. Perhaps he needs a guiding hand from someone such as yourself.
Oh, yes, I have tried. He is a hard head. His family, of course, is very well known in the institution. His great-grandfather was one of the founders of the institution, so he himself is quite powerful. You might say he has great influence amongst the scholars. I have tried to shepherd him, but I am but a grandfather. I try the best that I can, of course.
Very much more than that, sir. But my final question is, do you think the mists coming for the first time on the same day as there was political unrest of a certain kind within the city, do you think that's a coincidence?
And he sort of arches his eyebrow. There are scholars who say that there are no coincidences, that all is as should be. I'm not sure if I agree with such things. The world is complicated. But it is unusual, would it not be, that you experience what you say you did in the middle of such unrest?
But you have no... Perhaps you wouldn't mind thinking on that for us as well.
Of course. I am now even more impressed by all of you. And again, he's switched to like low Mordentish, so you guys can understand. Probably at some point during this conversation, he would have. He speaks quite good low Mordentish. He doesn't seem to have his terrible as an accent in Low Mordantish as some of the others do.
What about your
Yes.
background then, sir? Are you from a noble family?
Oh, you are ever perceptive. Um, no, I am not from a noble family.
Perhaps given that you now find yourself in a position that many noble families strive for, your lack of good birth, in inverted commas, may be an advantage, given the experiences you must have that they do not.
Oh,
In any case,
yes.
your Low Mordentish is fantastic. No accent whatsoever, almost.
I was taught well at my grandmother's knee. I speak many languages. One must learn to read if one wants to know the history of our country and the countries beyond. But I come from humble beginnings. Yeah, and you are right. I do not have the perspective of some of the more fortunate members of the academy. Now, sirs, I think I have perhaps overstayed my welcome. Sure you have much business to take care of, but I would advise you to be careful. There are some in the academy who are hearing of your exploits and may not be so open to your involvement in the academy as myself or even Monsieur Alves. Monsieur Alves.
Do you know? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do you know whether any of those people might be in favour of a regime change?
Oh, good sir. Oh, very, very perceptive. Oh, there are many political stripes in the Academy of Sciences. We are, of course, free thinkers here. We do not judge. There are even Freemasons here, I have heard.
What about systemic change?
Oh, well, there are many salons with much political speak. There are many different voices with different opinions. You would be surprised at some of the beliefs that some of the members here hold. Why, I suspect if the Council of Brilliance heard them, they might not be so happy, if you know what I mean.
Is there anyone in particular we should be cautious around?
Well, I myself would be quite careful about what all theirs wants you to do. I'm sure it is for the good of the Academy, but he is a man who is concerned about himself above all things. Now,
and amongst the people who are within the Academy but not too keen on Alain's association with us, is there anyone in particular, anyone particularly vociferous?
Oh, yeah, well, there are some. And he says, I will write you some names. I will be careful with them. And he's like, find me some quick, a pen, paper, please. Come. And he writes some names down and he folds it. And he says, read this and then burn it. Someone might recognize my handwriting.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. And so he's going to. We will continue in conversation. I am sure that Monsieur Alves will keep you busy, but he cannot. He is someone who regardless of his position, is not your master. He winks. But I am your friend.
Well, I hope that's true, sir.
I shall go and... Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Wait a minute. Yes. He seems honest. He seems honest.
You're doing a power sneeze, like a community.
He totally like flies back from the table, like he's definitely startled. He drops his cane, like. My goodness, what was that?
He has sinus. Ooh.
He pulls that kind of weird shit all the time.
Yes, there it is.
Even how he got me and Herbie's going to stop talking. He was about to reveal that he has an STD.
He says, do not mistake me, Braegar. I understand that you have powers that are beyond just the stage magicians. So I had assumed and heard. Now I am convinced. We have much to speak of. And your accent, it is not from the Montlieu, nor from Lamordia, nor is it from Borker, or Rishmilu, or from Mordant. I have never heard your accent before. Indeed, from far you have traveled. Of this I should wish to speak too, if you would permit me. And he bows. Then I believe that we will have a fruitful relationship. But I must warn you to be careful, not only of those, and there are many in the academy, not all of which I know, farces, people who may wish to use you for their own ends. I assure you. I am not one of those, of course. But come, I want to show you something. All of you. And he goes out the door, and there's still a guard posted outside, and he says, "Good God, please, I need to know how Monsieur Ovies is. I am with him. Do not worry. Please go seek to know of his health and return here immediately. I wish to know if it is fine and whether we should seek any medical attention. Yes, we should call the physics." Yes, Monsieur Lepont. He's like, and when the soldier goes away, he says, "Come." And he starts, you start moving through through the basement and back down from hallways. And again, this place is huge. It's like, the basement of a museum. There's rooms and rooms and hallways. And you hear the banging of metal, probably from that workshop with the gnome and the dwarf off in the background. The smell of somebody smelting metal and chemicals. Yeah, it takes you to dustier and sort of more cobweb corridors that seem less used, locked storerooms. And to eventually he leads you to a dead-end hallway. And he rifles around in his suit jacket pockets, right? He takes out a stopwatch and he looks at it. Right, it's beautiful, ornate silver, like a watch, like on a chain. And yes, I will have to go soon. This will be my last. And now, out of his other pocket, he takes out a key, an ornate gold and silver key with a very complicated sort of multi-pronged end to it. And says, and he points to the wall. Again, it's a bit dark. It's quite dark here. So he's takes out a candle and he lights it. Right. Says, and he points at the wall, and one of the bricks has a crack in it. He puts the key into the crack and turns it. You hear low and muffled the clacking of mechanisms. And he pushes the wall open. And there is a dusty, cobwebbed, and very disused stairway heading down. He says, this will take you to some lost parts of the academy. And there will be an entrance into the labyrinth beneath the city. It maybe should be partially clean from the sewage. I believe that the sewage flow was blocked off many years ago. But it could be to your advantage if you should wish to move around unseen, for there are many eyes in the academy who are watching you. And he gives the key to Elvis.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help and look forward to not only working with you, but discovering your motives, I say, with a smile on my face.
He tilts his head with a slight bow and taps his cane on the ground. He goes, "Very well then. It has been an immense pleasure to meet all of you. And I am excited to hear of what should come about. We will speak soon. But any more information that you can give me concerning what happened during the night of the disappeared be useful. I will start my own continue my investigations. But good luck." And he
Thank you, monsieur.
walks off.
That was interesting, says Elvis, and he says, "I'd love to talk to you all about it, but I need to get a glass of wine and a piss. So have a piss, so I'll
Okay.
see you in a bit." And
Gotcha.
he walks off to find the pisser.
All right. What are you guys going to do? I mean, how many days since the last time you had a long rest? It's only like 2 days. I mean, you could, but I guess you could take a week off, I suppose. You try. Yeah. Because it hasn't been very long, this whole from like the day that you guys actually took your training and your last week long rest to level up. It wasn't very much that happened, right? Am I right, guys? Was it just in a couple days? Because you guys
I thought my
long
mic
rest.
muted the whole time. God damn.
You guys, I mean, it's okay. We can discuss this. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just think. You long rested actually after the incident in the theater with Shay, right? That was
no.
That was.
I think
was
we
that
long
after,
rested before that, didn't we? I think we long rested before that one.
Yes, because we didn't know what we were going to face at the theater, so I think we long rested right before the theater.
Ah.
Because we knew we had a week of downtime before we needed to find the old man and go to the theater, so we long rested then. Right? Yeah, that's what happened, I think.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% sure because I missed a session here and there.
Yeah, maybe I'm tracking that wrong, but I had a feeling. So you guys had already long rested when you went to the theater, and then already long rested when Eve went into her crazy infiltration night.
So Elvis is back.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went.
I think it was after the theatre.
I'm
But
thinking
it
that
would
now.
be better for us if it was before the theatre. So I suggest that we tell Kai it was that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we long rested before the theater because we met Raphael on the week of downtime.
Okay. Okay, fine.
I remember that because I brought him in. I brought him in as like part of my thing where I was gone for the whole week, and then I just came back with Raphael.
Yeah, because I was also at the temple.
That was before you completely blew your disguise as that bloke.
Hey, some of you still believe that bloke is not me.
Oh, do they?
And it is not. I mean, it is not me. Fuck off.
Oh right.
So within, but it was a theater. Eve went there. You guys got Eve out of there, or she got herself eventually extricated herself out. Yes. What events happened after that? So that was. Yeah, so there was a theater situation, then Eve extricating. That was like one day. That was all like in one day, right? So let's say like maybe like 4 or 5 days have passed in reality, right? Because a lot's happened, but it's actually been quite compressed. I know it seems like time passed, but not much that much time has passed. But okay, if we think it's fair to. Do we think it's?
Well, let's put it this way: Elvis isn't going out until he's got a long rest.
Okay.
Because he has 6 hit points and 0 hit die.
I think it doesn't matter like how many long rests we take, but like it's just like we have a really short work week. It's like we work 1 day a week.
You guys
no, we work for 5 days now, so we're like 4 or 5 days.
But
that's more than the normal command work. So Herbie is down to sleep for a while.
You can do, we can do RP and stuff without leaving the players. But if we're going to do on a dangerous mission, like going to see the Cripple or trying to infiltrate one of the meetings or something like that, Elvis would know that he
take a long rest and then go see the Cripple.
Sorry?
We should definitely take a long rest and then go see the Cripple because we've been meaning to do that for a while.
Yeah, definitely. Well, if we can try,
depends.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
That's up to Kaya.
Well, no, it's conversation. I mean, I know everyone wants to level. Does it make sense? You've had enough opportunities now to get up to level 3?
I think so. Not only because of the fights that we've been in, which have been few, but also quite difficult, but also because of the amount that we've learned. I think that's just as important in a game.
Yes, I agree.
So yeah, my vote would be yes, but it's up to everyone else's consciences too.
Shay?
I
think yes.
I think I agree with Charles. Yeah.
Okay.
But also because of like another mist event happened and like we took care of that.
Yes.
Like especially in that fight, like and maybe also of course Herbie has been seeing a little bit. Braegar and Herbie did a good call on that truck together with who was it with Shay? Or yeah, that was good.
And I almost got dragged away.
Okay.
During this long rest, if we are going to take it, I would like to.
I think I deserve a little for trauma.
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in on the day that I specified for a messenger to arrive.
Yes, and that's going to happen. Yes, if you take a long rest now, that situation will happen. Yes, you're going to get some information. Okay, then let's say then you do take a long rest, right? Regardless, some of you need it more than others, and then you can continue your training. That means that Eve, you may actually end up going back again to the monastery. That's up by the Cathedral of Saint Mail de l'Armes. Braegar, of course, you're going to be working with the apprentices and also the natural scientist who we've already discussed you wish to be working with. You could even maybe eventually communicate with Lapointe. What do you, Herbie? You're going to be going back down into the slums, or what are you doing? You gotta go find your boy.
Yeah, it's because I'm thinking about what archetype I want to pick. I'm not sure yet. Because I was also thinking about if I choose Arcane Trickster, would you allow Braegar to teach me
Arcane Trickster.
some little magic tricks? Hold on, I'll link it.
Arcane Trickster.
I'll link it.
Let me consider. I know Arcane. Let's maybe consider it. That was originally one of my archetypes that I thought was not great for genre. So let me consider that.
That's fine if you don't want. I was thinking about either Inquisitive or Mastermind.
Mastermind is a lovely idea, but it's quite.
I know they're both shit. Like I know they're both like actual shit, but I just really like the idea of them for my like Herbie.
Pretty good.
Why are they shit?
Inquisitive has some interesting stuff.
Oh wait, actually, oh yeah.
Does that really help Herbie? Does
don't
that
forget,
sound like Herbie to you?
I mean,
helping other people.
Mastermind. What are you? And the Mastermind, you're quite a manipulative person, right? You're gathering yourself a small gang.
I think Mastermind really works well in this because it's the Mastermind works best in a game with a lot of intrigue and social interactions, which is this.
Yeah. So you have to balance. Is it a cool archetype that's in terms of combat and the fact that we have a pretty expansive game world where you can do all sorts of things non-combat related. So.
Yeah, I think I might actually go with Mastermind. But I'm not sure if my homie would be a good trainer in the. What's her name again?
What if you did go way of the source? If you did go Arcane Trickster, you'd have to take on a new STD every time you learn 2 spells.
Maybe I could. No, I'm not going. I wasn't going to go Arcane Trickster anyway. It was just an idea where like
There's only
if Braegar could teach me.
For me anyway, so it's quite an easy choice.
Let me open up my Xanatars now. Here you. I think Inquisitive also is good for
on this.
Okay, so
to make a wisdom check.
Oh, by the way, okay, so then that's right. I gotta write some things for some other people, but Titus, just a reminder. You if you walk around with a bow and arrow on your back and brigandine armor, the town guards will probably shoot you or arrest you at the very least. No one walks around. Just just out in the open, like no one does.
Oh yeah. This was merely for effect.
Yes, totally cool.
That Delapointe wanted to make an impression and see what would happen.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, not gonna.
I mean, I'm just clearly there are many ways you can hide it, right? And all sorts of things. It depends on where in the city you're doing things. There's, the Côtière Ovière is many places are lawless. The guard don't really go in, The gangs control it. It's favelas. So there you can maybe do anything you want. But okay, so all right, so how about this? We're gonna have a week of training. Yes, okay, you guys are gonna level up. All right, so I guess I'll give you guys some time to do that. You and me, we can have a little conversation here individually. What are your goals after this? When this is done, what's going to happen? What do you want to do?
Do you mean when this arc is done or this long rest is done?
No, when this long rest is done, right?
Oh,
Immediately.
the first thing is the cripple, isn't it?
Yes.
And then in the same day perhaps we can decide what you, excuse me, Eve, want to do about your vampiric situation. Whether we want to go and find them, or how you want to do it effectively. But certainly the cripple, I think, is point one because he might be dead by now. We've left it so long.
Okay, so your goals are chase after one of the leads concerning the Lost King, and then what do you want to do with the vampire situation?
Well, I think really I just want to leave them hanging until they make contact.
Okay, so you're going to leave that off on the side. Okay, all right. So, okay, all right. Herbie, anything, right? That's what we all agree. So that's the next move. Is that what the group agrees to do? Okay, no problem. Cool. All right. Let me get myself another coffee, really quick, and then I have to have some individual chats with people.
Okay. You noob. You absolute troll.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
you called Anthony a noob. That is harsh, man.
It was deserved.
So you get ability
Yeah.
That answers my question about whether there's a Mansa. So we do it all manually, yeah?
Yeah, I'm sorry that sheet.
That's fine. No worries.
Yeah,
And that's what I was
apologies.
saying the other day.
No.
You get so used to using the Mansa, when you come to do it manually, it's like, oh shit, I have to look up stuff that I knew right when I started. Oh fuck.
It's like forgetting people's phone numbers. Who remembers a phone number these days? It's like, why would you?
No, I remember everybody's phone number.
I don't know.
You know, my dad, or well, I know my own phone number and my mum and my dad.
Okay.
It's like
Right, but
the important ones.
All the phone numbers you have.
Yeah, that's all the people I have on my phone. Charles has put me off the concept of trying to make friends with people now. So
Yeah, just don't make sure you don't. I'll tell you, actually, Toon, a good way to do that is on chat roulette.
what should I type in interest, Charles?
I didn't know there was an interest section, but I would suggest you're looking for other members, and you're looking for a large selection of said members. And so I would probably type in large members as keywords.
All right, send that over.
Let me see.
Very lifelike. Oh, it's Tutankhamun.
Perfect.
Oh dear.
Nice. And it's true. That's a real photo. From the archives, baby, from the archives. Let me go get a quick cup of coffee again, bro. Be right back.
Transmutation is my favourite. Oh no, it's not. I was talking about abjuration. I like abjuration. Yeah, know me, but cool. What's the other one? What's that do? School of Illumination. All right. I reckon for this campaign that's not particularly useful, is it? Yeah. Action in terms of like not in terms of light, but in terms of like, oh, that's a very illuminating conversation, sort of a thing. You know what I mean? Like enlightening. Like suddenly you can see stuff. Maybe. I don't know. I've run out of words myself now. Right. That sounds pretty interesting.
Alright, yay, next level, I can multiclass. Woo.
I think this is actually my favourite one you've done. This.
That is pretty damn cool. This is so difficult because I've got to level up and order food at the same time. And I keep switching between the two of them. How awful.
Charles, did you? How far along are you in your Crystal Stride campaign?
We've basically got rid of both Lady Vocta
Mm.
and the other
The Baron.
ones,
Yeah.
and the Baron, and we've handed over control to Ismark, and now we are going to the monastery out to the east and the vineyards.
Okay.
So they said we got to the monastery town, which I can't remember the name of, Kresk actually.
Yeah.
And then they said we'll let you in if you sort out to bring us some wine, which I think was a subtle hint by the DM to fuck off out of this bit and do the wine. But we also stopped on the way at the Wizard Tower.
Well, Wizard Tower.
Sorry, not Wizard Tower. The guy, you
That's
know, the tower where you meet that Vistani woman.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, she's joined up.
Before I open this, don't get
Yeah, no, my players are completely.
No problem.
See, Blinksy, the toy maker.
No.
In Valak.
Blinsky.
No,
It's Blinsky. But yeah.
No.
it's Blinksy, right? I swear it's Blinksy. I've been saying his name wrong the whole time. Cannot believe this.
Blinksy, do you mean the doll maker in?
Yeah, Blinksy. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
My players try to steal his monkey.
Well, that basically.
They are absolutely insane.
Yeah, I've not met him. We found a load of dolls in what's his name's room after we killed him.
He's X.
Yeah. But that's all I know.
Okay.
But yeah, now we're on our way to the vineyard. What is there something in this? Yeah, I thought we'd like fucked up or something. But yeah, so we installed Ismark.
Before I open this, don't get your hopes up too
Don't know
high.
whether
I
that's
was
a good
dressed
thing
for
or a bad
time,
thing.
no problem.
Yeah, so we've got what's sorry,
what did the dolls look like in
they
Arena's
look
room?
like what's her name? You know,
Arena.
yeah, no, yeah, he's Irina. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, Gado Blinksy.
Which they didn't.
It's the S comes before the K, so it's Blinsky.
Yeah, okay. Blinsky. Yeah.
But he deserves
Oh,
to have his
yeah,
name
that's right.
mispronounced, so it's fine.
Blinksy is actually the unknown graffiti artist in Valaki, isn't he? You know, just leaves up valuable pieces of graffiti all over the city.
This makes sense why I couldn't find him in my game when I looked for Blinksy.
Yeah, that's.
I have never noticed that before. Fuck.
That's Banksy.
Yeah, I know.
got-
I was putting like a not Ravenloft, Barovian flavour on Banksy.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry.
Trying. But yeah.
See a mall rat?
Did you
It's a
did you
joke.
see that video I sent Kai of my
Oh yes, I wasn't going
method
to comment
acting?
on it. I did. It was it was unique.
I think that's a pretty good description, yeah. I almost felt the tears coming for real.
Right.
paint,
turbocharged, Shay, are you good with finding the info, right?
Or what?
I'm trying to remember if you were taking anything. You're not taking There's some specific things for acolytes of Ezra, right?
I actually can't multi-class until next level when I get my ASIs because I have to increase one of my ability scores by at least one before I'm eligible to multi-class. So that'll
Yeah.
actually be
Okay. Well, actually, remember, I have my my little house rule is you can't multi-class. Yeah, I think it's like
Without a good reason, right?
yeah, you have to have a good reason, demonstrate it. And my original idea was like fourth or fifth, like fifth level or something like that. So
yeah, well, next level I'll get my ability score increase and then it'll be 5th level when I actually
yeah,
multi-class into
okay, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Also making Titus aware, just confirming that, just in case he's planning on a progression now. He's giving you a heads up about that. Okay. Let's fix some things here.
and it's because every time we have a long rest I go to the temple and I'm training to become an acolyte of Ezra, which is like their elite force of life clerics.
Yes.
Talents.
Oh right. Kai, I have a question.
Yes.
Because of with Mastermind, I get to learn 2 languages of my choice.
Mm-hmm.
Can I learn High Mordentish?
You could have. You could say that you've been learning with Elvis the whole time,
Mm-hmm.
right? You've
Yeah, I've been
exposed to
writing
High
letters with
Mordentish.
Elvis. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you've probably been working on trying to get High Mordentish, right? Writing fake stuff over the time, and now you finally become fluent with it, right? So now it's like you've reached a level of fluency.
All right. And another question is, when you choose this archetype at the 3rd level, you gain proficiency with the disguise kit and the forgery kit. I already have that. Does that do anything then for me, or no?
I would say you would now have expertise in both.
Expertise. Okay.
Right.
That's fine.
Sounds fair.
Yep.
I think
Yeah, that sounds good. I like that.
Double up, and that makes you better at it. Oh, and let's remind some things because I want to find this rule and remind me of this rule in case you can always use this rule, right? So let me find one of the many rules that I have here. Okay, so remember, you guys have some lifestyle expenses. So whatever you're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pay attention to what it's
My
going to
money.
cost you.
Yep.
Yeah, that money you got to pay up, and where you're going to be. If you want to be comfortable, then it's going to cost you, right? Otherwise, you guys are at probably modest. I mean, you are being fed some simple stuff as part of the deal, but these aren't like lavish dinners and 25 roasted chickens. You probably have to supplement your own food, even though you're being giving room and board, so to speak. So you have to think about the lifestyle expenses. So that's also for Titus. You notice that your lifestyle expenses sometimes has consequences in terms of hit points and starting dice and where you are on the exhaustion tables. So if you guys are taking a long rest, remember you can pay your lifestyle expenses. You can sell stuff. You have to choose a primary activity. In this case, it's going to be training, so that's fine. That's what you guys are really focused on, just training.
If we can sell stuff, can we go to our favourite blacksmiths again?
Yes, you could. For example, if you have to repair something, I think you have to repair your.
I think I've heard something about a mole being chipped again, Elvis, huh?
Yep.
Can I multi-class into a 6'7" halfling and get lucky? So I can reroll natural ones. Is that yeah? That's a no. Can you pull things onto this sheet?
It's hold up. Weapons and equipment. Weapons. Steampunk black powder weapons.
By the way, Kai, to what level are you planning to take this campaign?
I mean, it's like this. My preference would be, again, because I was really building this off the idea that we would eventually move on to Curse of Strahd, because that's kind of like what people wanted. But to me, like, I'd like my campaign I'm going to use these kind of rules where you're limiting the leveling. Like, I think I'd cap it off at 11, and then after that you don't level up, but you get feats and stuff. Like, there's different methods, because I don't want to go to the level 20 type godlike demigod superhero stuff. That's not right for the campaign.
What if we took a feat that
will make me a god? Yeah.
Yeah, it could be I can now be a god, an irascible ex-policeman god.
It would be interesting. So I'm just going to tell Titus, if you have access here, you can see that I've got Steampunk Weapons #1 available to everyone, and that's where you might find the information for the weapons. Here's Gunslinger Weapons also. I think I've got this information here. It should be relatively the same.
Yeah, I was just other than the hand mortar and bad news, all of the other ones are just gold cost. So my question was basically like, what of those was available to me?
So here's the thing. It is illegal for non-nobility to own weapons, gunpowder weapons. Only the military and the aristocrats can. So to purchase it, otherwise you'd have to purchase on the black market, and that's going to cost you. Of course, you have access on the black market, but so you'd have to get, the price is going to be double on the black market. At the very least.
Hit points. Oh, Kai, so it's modest lifestyle for a week, and how much for the repair?
Oh, right. Let's take a look there.
I'll be right back, by the way.
Quality, gear, mending. Show to players. You can use mending to restore. Oh no, you don't have. It's not shattered. That's not the problem. That's not an issue. It is item degradation and restoration. So if you're gonna, okay, so it gained a notch when you critically fail. Damage died by 1 step. So the item quality was worn. You had 1 notch. So to go from worn to pristine, it's 50% of the cost of the item for that restoration.
Expensive, aren't they? Let's have a look. More.
I would just like to have my daggers silvered if I could during this rest.
That's not a bad idea for all of us, is it? Mind you, is that just a vampire thing or is that a werewolf thing?
Well, it makes it a magical weapon.
Oh, does it? Do you know what? I have never known that. Whoops. Yeah, I'll do that then with my blacksmith friend, however much that costs.
I don't know if it has any effect on vampires, but we'll find out.
Yeah, but if it's magical, then that's fucking awesome.
It's magical, but it doesn't give a plus.
Yeah. Oh, magic shit. Cool. How much gold have I got? I gave so much money to my mum. That was so stupid. Okay. Kai, what's the difference between moderate and comfortable in real terms? Does it actually matter whether I'm okay or well fed?
The not a huge amount. I mean, if you get to wealthy and you're like well fed, you actually have 10% more hit points. Notice the hit point maximum. So if you're a super aristocrat, you actually have more hit points than normal. You have an extra 20% hit points.
How much do I have to have for that? That's amazing.
Well, modest is actually we doubled in price, right? So modest is actually costing 16 GP per week, and then comfortable and wealthy is times 10. So comfortable
I'm modest. I'm very
would
much
be 150. Wealthy would be 300. Like everything above becomes very. I'm sorry, wealthy. Aristocratic is like beyond imagination. Like another 10% off.
I'm poor and I don't mind because, I grew up since I was 12 living with the poor and helping the poor and caring about the poor. So I'll be poor right along with them.
So you took in Elvis. What the silvered thing? Where do we find that, Anthony?
I guess a weaponsmith. We'd have to visit a weaponsmith.
No, I mean in the price. Sorry.
Oh man, yeah. Let me see. Do we have anything here about silvered stuff?
Google.
I mean, I think there's a D&D rule. I mean, there's a
weapon.
somehow there's some info here.
You can silver a single weapon or 10 pieces of ammunition for 100 gold.
What?
I only want the ends of a bloody weapon done.
So 200 gold for my daggers? How much is a +1 dagger?
Well, a shit ton more than that, you'd have thought. Well, actually, to be fair, a +1 dagger is going to cost you minimum 400 gold in a real campaign, isn't it? Oh, it's a dagger, so maybe a bit less. But still, it's going to be 3 times the price. Or 2.5.
Okay. So I guess that's not too bad to get it silvered and have it technically be magical.
Yeah, we are going to be fighting magical stuff. Whether we're, in the mists, used.
Right. So having a magical weapon would, really be helpful in, going up against something like that.
Magical weapons. What is that?
Jay, I've got a plan.
Let's
Just
see.
shh, don't tell Anthony. We've got money, but what if we tell him we don't and we borrow money but we never pay it back?
What Herbie is doing to all of you. I mean, what?
That would be very honest of us.
No, this isn't Elvis to Eve. This is Charles to Shay. Shh, shh. Oh, I think he's there. Right, okay. So it's 100 gold for silvering, and it's 16 gold for that. It's 116, and then it's
200 for me, because
So
I'd like
it
to do
would
both.
be 121. God, my mother better be living it up well.
The beginning of last week. But it hasn't been a week yet, right? I think it's been like 5 days. Oh, guys, how's this
It was 500 divided by however many of us there are, I believe. So.
Oh, and your party gets growing bigger. My goodness.
Yeah. So 5. Well, hang on. He's not getting paid. We don't know him from Adam. He's getting paid. He must be getting paid by the other geezer.
Yeah, true.
I was about to say, I'm not giving him my money. I've already given one person my money. That was not against my will.
Yeah.
I did that to introduce Nikholai into the party. I don't think Herbie would do that one more again.
Yeah, I can't believe Kai suggested that you do that. But anyway.
Fuck you, Charles. It was you, bastard.
What? How, don't rewrite history. That's my job. Anyway. So 500. How many of us are there with Raf? 5.
Yeah.
So that's
100 each.
Yeah. I got a calculator and everything, and then I realised I could do that. Yeah, so I presume we would get paid halfway through our long rest.
Sure. Let's just say you get paid halfway through your long rest.
In that way, I'm gonna. In that case, I'm just gonna live comfortably for a week. So that's 15 gold pieces, right? That's what it says.
Double.
Oh yeah.
How much
So it's
do we
30.
need?
100 for the thingy.
So you all make 100.
16. I'm going
30
to
for the
pay
week to live comfortable. I'm gonna live comfortably.
Comfortable
I'm gonna be
is
modest.
no, actually no. Wait up. Comfortable, modest is 16. Is that correct? Right. Yes, I think comfortable and wealthy is actually 10 times that. Comfortable is 150. Wealthy is 300, and then aristocratic is like 700 plus. It's all about inflation, people. This is a
all right. In that
economy.
case, I am going to pick the what was it, modest one? I'm not ready to pay
Modest will be like 16 GP a week.
16.
So
Okay.
I just add it to my character sheet that my maul is now silvered as well as repaired, right?
Oh, okay. All right. And you paid up for all that? Yes.
21 gold. 121 gold in total. That's
gotcha.
The 16 for the modest, 5 for the repair, and 100 for the silvering.
Okay. No problem. Yeah.
And
now. Yes. Sorry.
How much would it be to get like a small locksmith, like like a music box or something, like something with a key that you put on a necklace?
Okay, like a locket, like a little locket.
No, like a little box that has a key that you can lock, kind of like a small chest. But I'm thinking like a music box, like the kind you lift and there's a little ballerina and it twirls around and there's a key.
Depends how fine you want it. I mean, I'm sure they would sell very inexpensive versions of that, and then you would have 1,000 gold versions of that made out of mother of pearl and gold and platinum and silver. So
maybe I'll mention I want one of those solutions.
How about I'm gonna just throw it out there for the moment. How about I say you could probably find one for like and because these are still like fine things. If you want it to be not, again, if you want a little small lockbox, you could probably get something like that for like a gold. If you want something nice and elegant, it'll probably start around 10 gold.
Okay, so I want something with a good lock. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to have a good lock. That's not like universal. Like if I bought this one, like the key from the one that Joe Schmo over here bought won't open my box.
Okay.
You could still pick.
That's a great question. What the heck would it? I'm going to take a look at the.
Charles, do you reckon you could eat 100 ounces of steak in an hour?
What's 100 ounces?
I don't know. Can one of you Americans translate for me?
Well,
No, hang on. What's it in kilos?
Yeah, that's what I need to know, actually.
I'm gonna look it up real quick.
How many ounces? 100 ounces.
2.8, almost 3 kilos.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know why I bothered, because unless it's like a ton, then yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's a lot, boy.
Yeah, I'm
Easy
watching this
peasy.
competitive eater take it on.
I,
He's destroyed half the thing in like 6 minutes.
The only thing
He's sweating, though. He's sweating.
The only thing that stops me from eating a whole calf is that it belongs to someone else. Steak is on my
God, this
desk.
man is dipping his steak in barbecue sauce. That is barbaric.
Yeah, I know. It should be a nice béarnaise.
How's he eating it though? How's it cooked?
Béarnaise. It's like hollandaise with tarragon. Actually, I have got a friend who puts mayonnaise on literally everything.
Does he put mayonnaise on the steak?
Yeah, he puts it on everything.
I think that will be the end of the friendship for me.
How does he have the steak cooked? That's what determines the end of the friendship for me.
To be honest with you, I haven't had that many steaks with him. But as I say, for me, it depends on the cut of the steak, how I have it cooked.
Anything above medium rare is pretty much ruined.
Oh yeah, no. If you go above medium rare, whatever the cut, you should die, and horribly.
I'm probably having some steak for dinner tonight, so I'm really happy.
Oh man, I'm
some
gonna
barbecue
How are you
grilled
gonna have
steak.
it cooked?
Medium rare, of course. I'm not
And
savage.
what sort of steak is it there?
I'm not actually sure.
How we looking so far? By the way, guys.
Oh, I'm done.
I'm done too. Yeah.
Weirdly, it took me. It was so hard to level up a barbarian, but I got there.
Let's see.
I'm at 23 again. Yeah.
I rolled shit. I only got 4.
Oh wait, actually, never mind. I need to increase my hit points. What is it? 8 plus your Constitution modifier, or 5 plus your Con modifier. 1d8 plus your Con modifier. My modifier is 2.
Right. Take.
I think I should have taken the average.
What did you roll, Shay?
I rolled a 4. I mean 3 plus.
I see it now. Yeah, 3. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Am I going to take the average or am I going to roll? You know what? Viva la Herbie. Fuck it. I'm going to roll. I'm a pussy.
Go on, you halfling bastard.
Fuck!
I believe in you.
That's what I did. I was like, I should have taken the average.
Why did I believe in myself?
Oh, poor dude. It's alright for me to take the piss, but you can't.
I think for my ASI, I'm either going to take a feat, maybe. Or I'm going to increase my charisma or constitution.
Yeah, I'm either going to take a feat or con. I'm not sure which.
Actually, I might increase my wisdom so I get better perception.
Doesn't fit with your character, though.
Oh yeah, and I learned some pretty cool stuff at the temple this time.
In my training with the head of the guards here, I lost it and was able to fight in a frenzy, but I was conscious of what I was doing as opposed to just taken over by the frenzy. That was a breakthrough for me.
All right. Titus, we good?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Brief
All right.
overhill is going to be even more impressive now. Oh, actually, I still need to pick another language. Fuck.
I forgot I got it.
Do you have a language list for me?
Look, so you have, yes, let's remember. So languages here, there's a couple of things. Number one, it's mostly the common language across is High Mordantish for the upper class and wealthy and educated. That would be the language of commerce and trade and politics. Low Mordantish, which the average common man also speaks and is known amongst the majority of somewhat educated people in Demont-Lieu, in Mordant, in Rishmalu. There's also regional languages. In this case, in Lamordia, they will speak Lamordian, which is Ravenloft German. In Borca, they will speak Ravenloft Orcan, Ravenloft Italian, which is the Borcan.
Oh, I
And then in the mountainous edges of the southern part of the Fertile Crescent, the civilized crescent, there are also some Balok speakers, i.e., the language of Barovia and the surrounding lands of Barovia. So you have all those options. So learning Barovian would be a bit difficult. Except there's one person who could teach you, or maybe had been teaching you, who would be Eve. On the other hand, otherwise you would have to have said that you were looking for those languages.
Yeah, can you repeat? Can you repeat the first two one more time? Because I think my mic or my sound cut out then.
Yeah. So remember, anybody who's rich speaks High Mordantish.
Yeah.
Everyone else speaks English, Low Mordantish.
Yeah, so I've learned High Mordantish from Kyle or from Charles. Then
so you have a couple
Elvis.
other ones. You have Lamordian, which basically Nikholai could teach you. I think he might even know Balok. I'm not so sure, right? So Balok is the language of Barovia and beyond. There are some speakers of that, and they're mostly found in the Borcan area. So you have Lamordian, which is German. You have Borcan, which is Italian.
I can teach you that.
You have what do you call it? Balok, which is Slavic. Right? Okay, so those are like the three other main regional languages that you'll find.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Only the swears.
Oh, not gobbling. Sorry. Right.
Okay, how do you take up your spell slots on here? Because it's still saying, like for Cleric level 3, it says I should have 4 level 1 and 3 level 2. And I can't change. Yes. Oh, okay.
It doesn't do it automatically. Huh.
No,
Are clerics the same in this, in that they get all the spells and then they prepare a certain number a day?
I don't think there's any change in that.
I don't know.
Okay, so all right, so if you guys are pretty much ready, let's rock and roll. So you guys are eventually going to, you're going to have to get yourselves back into the
court. Or a messenger?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Hold up. So,
in that case, I think I'm actually going to try and learn Barovian with Eve.
Sweet.
So that will be my third language then. Barovian.
Give me a second here.
A, B, C, D, E, F, H, I.
Who's windy? Where is it so windy? Is that what you're calling?
That's me, yeah.
Is that because you sacrifice a child? Is that the dark powers?
What language is Barovian again?
calling forth torment.
Yeah.
Was Barovian
the whole
like
neighborhood's getting
German?
cleansed. No, lady. Barovian is Slavic, right, Kai?
Yes. It would
I think
be.
I think Barovian is like a gypsy language, really.
No,
Actually,
they have,
that's Vistani, sir. That's Vistani.
Vistani has their own language. No. Yeah,
Yeah.
Barovian is. Yeah, I mean it's. I wouldn't call it Romanian because Romanian sounds Latin, but I guess it would be more.
I
Just
think it's more Italian, right?
Eastern European. The Borkin
Yeah.
is Italian. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And Romanian is actually kind of really based on Latin. So you're talking about something that would be closer to Polish.
Yeah, Slavic is Polish, Slovakian, Slovenian, Russian. They're all Slavic languages. So,
Exactly. Bliat, brothers.
Cokeleaf.
Why you know Rajbi, you idiot? Eating
Yeah,
a green.
Нет. Спасибо. Plutonium.
Yeah. Rasputin is great man. He need to die.
Putin is dead.
Okay, give me a second here.
Ra Rasputin, lava to the Russian queen.
I wish he.
No messenger, just the letter, right? Cool. Oh, you're writing it as we speak, sorry. Oh, someone's using a Mercer subclass, that's cool.
Can I make my own subclass that's specifically dedicated to hunting down Charles?
Problem is when you find me.
What am I gonna do?
Get punched in the knackers. Or kicked.
I guess that is the only part of me you can reach.
What?
And then
You're
get
fine.
absolutely hammered on wine.
Oh yeah.
Or a pint.
Is there oboe music playing in the background?
The only elbows will be beneath our bathrobes. Never had one of those.
God, that sounds so good. I'd love that. Just to be sipping wine in a bathrobe while somebody's tending to my feet.
Don't know. I think I don't like the idea.
All time, international player of all time.
Yeah.
Petrovic.
Well, he's waking when he's awake.
Very athletic in his ability to shoot the ball. He wasn't afraid.
It's almost baffling to hear so many stories throughout the years where scrubs think they can trash talk Michael Jordan and expect things to go well. It almost never does. But this man right here was one of those rare guys to go at Jordan and actually back it up. Drazen
How was the weather
AKA
over yours, Charles? Is it really hot in England too at the moment? Alright, I guess Charles was taken by the weather gods.
Sorry, I was muted. I was replying. Yeah, no.
He's a cool player. Died in the car crash, I'm pretty sure. Which that 30 for 30 on him and Vlade Divac. Have you seen that? He was really good, wasn't he? If you finished The Last Dance, if you watched it. It's so cool. Yeah, it's done. 10 episodes. Shows how much of a psycho Michael Jordan truly was.
He was a psycho.
If you watch the documentary, Charles.
No, I assume he just plays basketball very well. And I saw him in a film once with some animated characters.
Space Jam,
Oh, and
great movie.
He makes shoes.
He was the best basketball.
So now, since I'm going to be hanging out with you guys, what are each of your characters like classes and such? So I know who's what.
Barbarian.
Herbie is a very helpful man that only helps people and never steals anything.
Got it. Babyface, rattling thief. Got it.
Yeah. Large barbarian berserker.
Eve is a not very cleric-like cleric Dhampir. I don't know how to say that.
Dhampir, yeah.
Dhampir, yeah.
Oh, you think she's human though?
Yes.
Don't you? Yeah.
I'm mostly just looking for classes and stuff, just so I can.
Other than having some striking features that you don't normally see on everyday humans, you think she's just a really pretty human.
Yeah, she has 3 breasts. That's what's striking and unusual.
when you said extra, you meant that kind of extra. Got it. Okay.
Kai, what game set is what attribute does dice use? Is that intelligence?
Does what?
Dice.
It depends for game set?
Dice set?
Yeah.
It depends what you're trying to do with your dice.
Okay.
I think that's why like all the other skills are all floating. Like you can always decide that you want to do an intimidate strength check as opposed to an intimidate
with a
charisma
dice
check. Right. So
you
for
just
dice,
hold the
it
dice
could be
in your hand,
like
crush
dice
it.
dexterity because you're trying to cheat with them, or it could be like,
It's usually
Where's
dex,
my
isn't
background?
it? Because intelligence doesn't play much
no, yeah,
role
but
in dice throwing. No.
unless you come up with a good reason why you want to try and use intelligence with the dice.
In fact, it would just be a straight roll, whatever it is, unless you're trying to, sleight of hand them.
Yeah.
Or,
You've got proficiency in using it, but it's got to be attached to a right. But it should normally be attached to a skill. It just depends what you're doing with it. I mean, dice rolling strength doesn't make sense, but dice rolling, charisma could be something you do because you're trying to just carouse with it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but it's still luck based. Well, the game itself.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like, but in an encounter, like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to win? Are you trying to steal money from someone? Like, what is the purpose of using the game dice? Right? It could be.
Yeah.
So unless you're trying to do something like that,
yeah,
like, whatever, then it would be just a straight roll, regardless of proficiency. You don't add that. Am I wrong, Anthony? Yeah.
Yeah. Efficient in that pool. Yes.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. Although, if you're doing a brewer's kit, that would be what?
Oh fuck! I'd love to get hammered right now.
Oh yeah, I know. I've got some beer on the way. Yeah. Makes sense.
I think I'm gonna upgrade my career. Yeah, I'm gonna.
RB.
Okay, so I only have one silver dagger because I couldn't afford two. And did we ever figure out what price like a lockbox would be?
10 GP for a strong lockbox.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put it that. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Um.
Pussies.
Okay. I'm just
Alright,
writing some
sorry,
things down. It's my bad. Okay. All right, guys. So, how are you guys going to get yourselves in from the Academy of Sciences to the Quartier Ouvert and trying to seek the address of the cripple? You are probably
I
still.
could ask Lucian to get us there with his papers.
I mean, it's not difficult for you guys to get there. The problem is, you may recall that there is a financial reward for information concerning you that some members of society are paying.
Yeah, if we're all inside a carriage and
Nah.
Lucian's doing the talking, maybe.
Okay, you could do that. Sure, no problem. You guys do have a
Yeah.
carriage. You guys during this week, I would say that what do you call it? The paperwork that Herbie was working on, your fake identifications have been completed. Right, that's one of the things that
Yep.
you could have done
Yay.
while you were. So you now have secondary identities, all of you.
Oh shoot, what did I say my name was?
Mary
I
Sue.
believe it was Queen Victoria.
So, by the way, a couple other things that would have happened that you would have seen during this week. You, of course, in the newspapers, the broadsheets would have been brought to you by some of the, probably by Lapointe. The newspapers certainly had both the attack in the Quartier Marchand, which was described as political terrorism and bombing. It also said that a merchant family had been murdered in a awful, in a grotesque manner, and that must have been associated with illegal magic. The major newspapers are suspecting that the perpetrators of the terroristic attack in the Culture Marchande are associated with this awful murder of a nearby merchant family in what seemed to be a illegal magic ritual. Then there's also in the newspapers immediately afterwards, the broadsheets and so forth, so on, information about the gangland, war on the waterfront in the Quartier Noblique, and many op-eds about the need for the city to continue cracking down on the criminal elements and the political rebels that seem to continue to infect the city. While that happened, you may or may not have been able to go see it, but let's see. Get my NPC. So these are just things that occurred during this situation. Christian Post, which you may recall that the printer Gerard Huss had described as the leader of his particular party, the People's Liberation. In public at the beginning of the week, he was broken on the wheel. And so there is much unrest in the Quartier Ouvrier because of this, i.e., his limbs were shattered and broken in a public execution, and his body put on display, actually in the Quartier Noblique by the Hall of Justice for all to see, amongst with some other members of radical political parties that had been captured during the night of the disappeared. Of course, before all this happened, he renounced his political beliefs and said that he had been mistaken and that only the Republic could maintain order and law and prosperity for de Montlieu. Along with that, there is a massive military parade in the Quartier Noblique. This political parade, this military parade was astounding, and it had been announced rather abruptly. It coincided in the aftermath of the public executions of the various seditious political leaders. The military came in full force, marching pretty much in front of the Academy of Sciences. And most important, it was demonstrating its newly completed weaponry. Any of you would have read it in newspapers or heard accounts, depending on what you wanted to do. But marching with the military and were new giant cannons, maybe cannons length of 5 men, and walking suits of armor, multiple man-sized. And if you had seen it, you remembered you'd seen these at the bridges, but now there were many bigger. It seems that there's an entire new mechanical army that has been produced. And there was a grand speech about how de Montlieu and the Treaty of the Five Nations is stronger and better, and that with the power that has been given to them, with the newest military technology, Falkovnia will never again incur onto the lands of the Five Nations, and any and all enemies of the Five Nations will be broken before the might of science. Okay. That also happened. Okay, so you can get yourselves eventually to the narrow alleyway. It's like this. How far are you going to go into the Côte Oblique with your carriage? And who's riding it? Because there are some places that nice carriages simply don't go in the Côte Oblique. Yeah, you have your own carriage, the one you stole. How far are you guys going to go with that?
Yeah, but if Lucian's with us, we don't want to use that carriage because it's his carriage, right?
That's again, you guys. I don't know what are you guys going to do?
I say we get a ratty looking cab.
Yeah, because you know.
Sorry, everyone, my food came.
Yeah, it's okay. No, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're not using, like, it's two things. Are you going to go into the if you're going to get Lucian, that means that Nikholai is going to have to, take on, Nikholai will be the driver, and you guys have to get that cab, the simple black cab that you guys have used. And that's fine. Although, there are, I'm just saying there's places in that cabs normally don't go. Like, cab drivers would not go there. You would know that. Like, at the deepest parts of the Court of Miracles, like, cabs don't go in there because they would get cab-jacked, essentially. So at some point, you guys are gonna have to get on that. I mean, you could. I'm just saying. So you get there. It's up to you guys. You might have to walk on the street and try and keep quiet at some point during the day. I'm just suggesting, one way or another, consider how you would get there. If you do go with the cab all the way to the address, you might have an issue. I mean,
where's everyone going?
See the cripple.
Yeah.
Ah.
So, yeah. Again, if are you going with Lucian? Are you not going with Lucian? Are you right? Are you taking your own cab?
I don't know. What did everyone decide? I suggested it. I don't know. I wanted
Lucian to know anything. If Lucian already knows the cripple, and you go towards him, even if you don't tell him, that's going to tip him off. If we go with him, then again, same problem. And he's going to want to know what we're doing anyway, especially in that part of town at that time of day. So, personally, I would say any other way but that. I haven't got the map up at the moment, but...
Yeah, and we have our identity,
go all the way.
So that'll be helpful.
Yeah, you guys have now fake secondary identities.
But will the cab go all the way to the cripple?
Well, if you guys drive it, yeah. But I'm just saying, it's like this. If you drive a car in certain neighborhoods and you park that car, when you come back to that car, it's going to be up on cinder blocks.
Hang on, we've got the key to the crack in the wall as well, haven't we?
You do.
Did he give us a map or anything?
Nope. He just said there's ways to get out here.
I don't suppose we could have explored them beforehand.
You mean, yeah? Well, if you took the time to, you're training, you're doing this. I mean, the stairs would have led you down to some, a long dusty hallway, and it's clear that it looks like it's an abandoned part of the sewer. There's no sewage here, right? It seems like maybe no one's ever turned this into a sewer. Remember, the sewers aren't really all-purpose built. They're actually just dumping into what was a pre-built set of, structure down in there, like all sorts of interconnected tunnels that obviously, go to an unknown depth. Some things, this looks like it was definitely like made, like masoned and done properly, but eventually this hallway right, which will lead you to, actually, it was a set of stairs that leads to a hallway, will lead you to some sections that clearly look like the sewers, but are totally clean. And again, these sections, lead off into various directions, depending how far you want to go.
I presume
One of them will lead to one of them will lead, it seems, to sort of a set of a ladder and a manhole, so to speak, seems like hidden. And this might be maybe 100 meters away. That seems to drop you off into the park, the massive public space that's behind the Academy of Sciences.
Well,
That was
that's
the
good
first
to
one you
know
found.
anyway. Yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to have time to explore them all with everything else we're doing, are we? So maybe do we still have our own cab?
Yes, you guys still have your own cab. It's the one that you stole that Nikholai can, normally drives. It's not far away.
Appearance, I can't remember.
Yeah. No problem. You guys
One of
definitely
us
still
will
have
have
that.
to stay with the cab.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Or yeah, maybe Nikholai can just drive around, and quickly get out of there as
We
need be.
need to go, run up to the door and make sure we're not being seen.
Okay, so that's fine. I just want to know what you were doing. So sorry, just want to just make sure. Okay, you guys will get there, and you will eventually get yourselves to the right place. And here you will notice that while you are out and about, there is some increased sort of political activity. I.e., as you roll through, you notice that there are some town guards being what's the right word? Accompanied by Republican military in the Quartier Ovier at the edges, in the main areas, the more popular locations along the river or some of the major roadways, more than you've seen before. And you see some town guard, seems to be beat downs on groups of individuals who seem to be shouting some sort of calls for action. It doesn't take too long because there was some people gathered around. It seemed there was some sort of political gathering, shouting about the People's Liberation, and some groups shouting about some of the other extant groups. That didn't last very long. Okay, so you will get yourself to the narrow alley where you will find the shabby housing where you were told that the cripple is to be found. Give me a second here. All right.
I'm going to ask Nikholai to pull up right to the front door so we can all get out without being seen, and that the carriage gives us cover, and then he only pulls away once we're all inside.
Yeah, there's some catcall. Yeah, there's some individuals on the street who seem to be very interested in what's going on as your carriage arrives, and they're eyeing the carriage. And so, quickly as that goes off, right, it looks like they might be following. So, yeah, here we go. Okay. So you will eventually get to this. It looks like it's some busted and broken down location. There is still a knocker at the door, very old style, and when you eventually get up into the second story of this set of apartments, you knock on the door, all of you. And again, it seems quiet in here. It seems a bit dusty. I would call it was once elegant, but now seems very decayed. A man opens the door. He is old, pale, and grayish skin. He seems heavily wrinkled, and his eyes are a bit roomy. He's tall and thin, but kind of crooked. He is dressed in an kind of black going to gray, shabby man, sort of livery, and he just seems like he's made of dust. Oh, yeah, yes. Who is calling? How can I help you?
We are friends of Gerard Hoos. He told us to find you. May we come in? And I look around to indicate that it's not safe for us out here.
Well, yes, of course. Come. I will tell the master that he has visitors. And he leads you into this decaying apartments, clearly from the wainscoting and the furniture that you immediately see in this entry hallway leading into a sitting room. Clearly, this must have, again, once been, maybe fashionable, but now it's all gone to seed. It's all decaying, breaking apart. You can see the curtains are, wasting away. They're torn, rotting. And the man lets you sort of points out to some chairs that are overstuffed with books. It's quite messy here. The furniture looks nice, but everything here seems like a mess. He says, "Oh, yeah, yes. It's like, and your names are? Who should I say has called for the master?"
If you could tell him that we are simply friends of Monsieur Hoos for the moment, we will explain ourselves directly to him.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
No problem.
And forgive me, sirs and madame. And so he goes away. He just goes down he leaves the room. The room is small. It's a very small, cramped room. You're all, there's not much room for you guys to sit. The chair, you're all really just standing about. And eventually, within time, you will see that you will hear the clacking, right, of sort of like two canes clack, 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 right on the wooden floor. And through the door comes a extremely small and malformed man. And he comes in and he bows. Oh, so, hello. Monsieur, I see that you heard that you have been invited here by Gerard Hoos.
That is correct, sir.
That is a name I have not heard for a while. Please, follow me into the library. And he's got a bit of spittle coming off his mouth. You can see his something like his mouth is malformed. He's got like a hair lip, and he has seems to clearly have trouble speaking. He's probably Herbie's size, but maybe he's got some sort of twisted back, right? Like a spina bifida type of thing, and he's really all twisted over, and he can only walk with these small, bent over in these small canes on both hands. And we will lead you to another room that's full and piled with paperwork and with all sorts of books piled over and overflowing.
Herbie's gonna say, "God, that guy's ugly."
By the way, this place just smells dusty. It just smells. I mean, it's it doesn't smell like there's like a sewer or anything. It just it smells like old. Like somebody needs to open the windows here. The smell of rotting books and rotting paper, so to speak, everywhere.
Monsieur, it is nice to make your acquaintance. Unfortunately, Mr. Hoos did not refer to you by name. He simply gave you a rather unflattering moniker. My name is Cyril, and it would be nice to make your acquaintance.
And he kind of gets himself up on this low chair that he has, and I am Hubert Husam.
It's a pleasure. Gerard told us that you might be the man to talk to about some particular history of the city.
What in he like? What history do you speak?
I'm going to whisper back and say, I would guess so. He knows Hoos, and he is not uncrippled. And I'll say, in particular, Monsieur Hoos had an interest in what was it, the Lost King? Am I right?
Yes. He's as his eyes sort of glaze over. Ha! Yes, it's very important. You wish to know more? Much we get to speak of. Yes, if you want to know of the Lost King. Yes. Oh, there are tales within tales, I tell you. And soon we shall see. He shall be revealed. Soon the truth shall come out.
Why will he be revealed soon?
The time hath come. Look about you. The time is ripe. The Lord Governor will be falling soon. He will be taken away.
So you cut out quite an important bit there, Kai.
Oh, sorry. He basically says, yes, the time has come. The Lord Governor. Am I still? Can you hear me? Okay. The Lord Governor is weak, and we will soon have the power to make him go away. The revolution will come.
And do you think this has anything to do with the mists that have been plaguing the city?
The mists. He's like, oh, well, I am not expert on the mists. I do not know much of this. Do you mean what had happened the night of the disappeared? That is obviously was a Republican government conspiracy. It is foul magic that they have used. The military attacking the very people. This republic was
Courtier Marchand, so why would they attack their own middle class?
What attack on the Courtier Marchand? I don't understand.
Elvis is chewing a Turkish piece of food as he says, about a week ago, same thing happened as on the night of the disappeared. We were there.
An attack on them. Oh, yes, I have heard that there was a terrorist attack on the Courtier Marchand. Was that you? Was this for the people's liberation?
Well, in part, yes, but our operation was interrupted by these mists.
I do not. This is something I'm not sure of. These mists you speak about. I mean, surely you're saying these mists are different from the mists, the sea mists. And he's sort of like,
Yeah, these mists like move buildings around and make people go crazy, turn into like zombie-like creatures that are hungry for flesh.
That is something new to me. I still have to find more of this. Yes. Well, I will tell you, I am absolutely sure that this is secret military weapons. Yes? Did you not see the recent parade? Yes, the military is touting out its new powers. They say that magic is illegal, but this is not. They have hands, abilities, magical tools, and weapons that none of the public knows. They create them in secret. It is because they are trying to create a new tyranny over us. Yes, this the Council of Brilliance is clearly going to destroy all are lost. They are despotic. They are untrustworthy. No, we need the return, yes, of more appropriate people in power, even if it is the king or one of their line. Yes, Leon was a noble. He was a noble king in the end. But look, you must know he is still alive, the king. Yes, all these other rumors, they are nothing. We must find him.
How do you know he's still alive?
I will tell you.
I'd like to believe you.
Yeah. And so he proceeds to explain to you that his father himself had compiled secret information from the history books that he had found, or his father had worked, and his great-grandfather had once all worked for the Republican government. And in the history archives, there had been paperwork in the file that shown that there had been a child, the last child of the king, had been ferried away and hidden, again, he confirms sort of the myth, hidden amongst the common people. And that there is a lineage of the king, of the last king, who is out there and available, and that there are power groups wishing, of course, to destroy him. This king, in reality, supposedly, this lineage of the family, he wishes to be king, but for the purpose of giving the power fully to the people. He has lived amongst the people, and so he has no love for the aristocracy. No, he is someone who will truly bring a revolution, so he says. Just give me some piece of information. And so he assures you that his father, Albert, has all this available information. So had gathered all this available information, and he has all the evidence that's necessary. This is why I have helped fund with this, yes, and why I have helped spread this, because I know the truth. At first, I thought it was perhaps even Jean-Louis Lepore who was the king. Yes, maybe that's what he was going in power. But I assure you, I tell you, it is the lost king himself who had promoted Jean-Louis Lepore to power. I am sure of this. I have heard so.
I'm sorry, I went temporarily deaf. So
yes, so he. Go ahead. Sorry.
This new, the current chief was put in place by the Lost King, so we know the Lost King is not only alive, but politically active. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he's claiming that the murdered popular politician Jean-Louis Lepore was himself put into given political power by the machinations of the Lost King.
I see. Well, that's very interesting, because whilst we have been working ourselves to further the cause of the Lost King, we have been wondering whether we should be joining with another organization to better bolster our strength. What would you say was the best organization? Because there are many, aren't there?
Yes. I have worked mostly with Jord Huth, and and we have been well supported by some anonymous contributors. But I would say that the People's Liberation Movement, they are helpful, but there are others. They are really just a tool. This is all being organized, of course, by the Lost King himself. He is preparing for his return. And his power group will all be available. Yes, I tell you. I tell you this. It is clear that the Ones who I think are even more connected are the Thalon of Freedom. Yes, they are a group of
The what of freedom, sorry?
the Salon of Freedom.
Oh,
Clearly, he talks with this ridiculous lisp.
Yeah.
He spits and he dribbles all the time, so it does take you a while to understand him. But he says that there is a Salon of Freedom, is a group of middle class, petite bourgeoisie, who are very supportive of what is going on. And he tells you that he would not. He thinks that they're actually truly secretly funding, the People's Liberation. They have a face of being more moderate, but he thinks that there is a radical group within them that would be willing to completely overthrow the government, because there is money pumping in. People are supporting, even with the deaths and the horrible executions that we have seen. There is, that this there the kind of funding that some of the groups are getting, and that what he's been being paid, there are people in power. It is possible. I have talked with Hubert. He even thought that the Academy of Sciences might be involved. I do not think all of them. Yes, it may be possible that it is the Freemasons. The Freemasons through the Academy of Sciences. Do you know the Freemasons are being attacked? Yes, it is because the Freemasons. Yes, they support freedom. They understand. There are powers against them, but we will prevail.
Of course, brother. We had heard there was a cell within the academy whose resources we have been using to further our own cause. Some irony we all appreciate, but this cell, you say, is probably probably made up of the Freemasons. Is there a way to know membership of such an organization?
They are not hidden. The Freemasons, they shall wear a ring. All of them. A ring that signifies their brotherhood. And then he also tells you this. He says, but I have lost the evidence that I need.
And facilitate his return.
Okay. But amongst this, he gives you this information. All my evidence that I will need to prove the lost king when he shows himself, the paperwork that I have, the journals, the evidence from the archives has been stolen. If you wish to bring about revolution, then you will help me find this. That's what he says. Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry. Okay. So yeah, he keeps on with this ridiculous list conversation, and again, he clearly seems to you to be a true believer. He he explains these connections that he believes are between these multiple groups, between the Freemasons and Academy of Sciences and the Salon of Freedom, and then he's gets really agitated when he tells you about the fact that his packet of basically secret files has been stolen. He tells you along, and he'll, if you're willing to listen, he will tell you the story about how his, how all of this paperwork, again, his multiple pieces of evidence to show that the Lost King exists, or at least the lineage existed, right? Now, you will notice he doesn't actually have any evidence that it does. He just says that he knows that there was a son of the ancient regime that was taken away. And he says he has many, many pieces of evidence from many witnesses to say that they are still about. But that's, pretty much what he has. And he basically tells you that, again, he thinks that he totally believes in a lost king, and that he is confident, right, that if you bring back this material, right? And he's willing to pay you, right? He's willing to pay you to find it. He's willing to pay you like, you could bargain for what kind of money he wants it back. 300 gold pieces
What
is
material?
where he starts.
So, any clue as to who stole your paperwork?
Yes, it's actually it's in the conversation. He says that he believes it is one of the roof gangs, the criminals who make their ways across the roofs.
Great. That sounds like a job for you.
And he blames a thief called Luis Parnac.
So it's paperwork that we're stealing, right?
Well, he said, paperwork, secret archives, and other pieces of evidence. Luis,
I think Herbie's still eating steak.
Yeah, I don't know. He might have.
Well, of course, we would love to help you. Anything to further this cause. But in all honesty, if you can spare any more money, A, we'll get the job done quicker. B, we can put it all towards our mutual goal of bringing down the government. How about maybe 800 gold?
Oh, you see, he seems deflated at that point. I do not think I have so much.
Okay, no problem. We're not doing this for the money. We're doing it for the cause. It's just the more money we have, the more we can disperse and spread the word and continue our activities. Would you be able to manage 500?
Please, I have 300 now. I can acquire 200. Yes, I have some things that I could sell. Yes, it is important that we recover this information. It is the only way that we will prove that the illegitimate government of the Republic of this Lord Governor and his Council of Brilliance, that they are to be removed. We must have history and evidence on our side, my friend. Yes. I promise you, I give you my word, I will find 200 more when you return the paper.
All right. Don't push back over it. We'll do it for 3, and if you have a bit more afterwards, then great. But we'll do it anyway. I think.
Yeah.
I say, looking around.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. And he's very happy. He's like, he claps his hands. He's like, wonderful. Shiloh, bring me this my best brandy. Yes, and glasses for everyone. And the old manservant who's been sort of at the door, he very slowly moves away, shuffling along. You'll hear him eventually, some glasses clinking, and within another 10 minutes, he brings along this clearly tarnished old silver tray with some brandy and some glasses, and he slowly pours them out. And Hubert Huthon raises his gnarled hands, right? And he says, yes, to the end of the Council of Brilliance, to liberty and fraternity.
Yes.
And he sips it, it half dribbles down his malformed mouth. He can barely close his lips. Yeah. He slurps the brandy as it spills everywhere, and he puts it down. Very well. Very good.
Before we go, monsieur, you seem to be a very learned man. What do you know of the history of vampires within the city?
He looks. He's like, that is a very interesting subject, is it not? I see that you are quite intelligent. Yes. Very good. Yes. He turns to you. Are you still with your? You've got your hood hidden, right? And he's like, okay. Ah, what an interesting accent. Who are you, stranger? And you see him get off his chair and work and move around with his clacking with his canes. And he's like, yes, you must know that. Okay.
What do you mean, my accent? I'm from the Quartier Ouvrier, huh?
And so he's like, you are an interesting group of people. It is good to see that citizens such as yourselves are concerned about the tyranny that the Republic is giving upon us. Yes, yes. Come, my friend. He starts getting some books. Yes, this is important. Yes, this book here is one of the most important books. It speaks of the Illuminati. Yes, have you heard of them?
I believe we have.
I'd say yes, but then they'd have to kill me.
Yes. Now, yes, this is a mysterious and ancient group. Yes, they say that they have powers within the nations of the nations of the Five Treaties and beyond. Yes, it is they who clearly are supporting and initiated the attack on the Quartier Ouvrier and the slaughter against our political of the Friends of Freedom. Yes, they have their fingers across many places. And they say that they have control of magics, powerful magics, ancient magics, magic from legends. Yes, and they amongst them, there are those who are not human. Yes, I said it. There are those amongst them who are not human, and not halfling, and not dwarf. Things that are unnatural. Yes, here, he's opening the book here. Amongst many of them, it is, they say, the legendary undead. Those who walk the night and feed off the blood of others. They are one of the many power groups within the Illuminati. You are right, they are here. These things are here. I am sure of it. And they are working against the Lost King. But when the Lost King rises, he will wipe them all out. Again, he goes back into suddenly an ideological rant for the next 2 minutes about how the Lost King will combine all the political dissidents under one wing and bring freedom and liberty and wealth to all the people. And when he does this, his eyes sort of glaze over and start, blinking a lot, and he starts sort of talking to himself almost.
Right.
Here, I will get another book of legends. Here. And he starts, says, wait. And he starts like trying to grab books for you. And telling his manservant to go look in that bookshelf for this title. And go over there for this title.
Tell me his manservant's name is Claude.
His manservant's name is Gillot. And he gathers about 6 books there. 6 or 7 books. 2 of them are in High Mordantish. One is in Lamordian. One is in one is in Borken. Yes. And the other one is in
Danish.
It would be in a language you don't know.
Excuse me, what language is this?
It's a very sort of slim volume. This book is written in Vistani.
That's
yes.
Very interesting.
I know enough to read the Vistani, but not to speak it. I could not read all of it, but it has many tales of the Vistani. As you know, they travel through the mists in ways that we cannot. These are some legends of the Vistani that were written down. I believe that this Vistani was captured and forced to write it down. It is said that he is a prisoner. I do not know in what land he was a prisoner, but this was written down. It is very rare, this book. Yeah, very rare. But here it says that they are powerful beings beyond the mists, you see. Yes. Part of the great Illuminati who control and see all. Yeah. It says things about how to. There are things in the mists too. This I have never known or seen. I have not translated it all. But if you find someone who can do this, I have not had enough money to find a Vistani that wish not to help. The Vistani are very secretive in all that they do. But there may be tales here that could help you. Yes, we will never win this war unless we can defeat the Illuminati. They have powers everywhere. There are people in all sections of the city, in the military, councils, and beyond.
Thank you very much. We will try and find someone and let you know our results.
He says, "Here, you can take these. You can take these books with you." Yes, I have read them. I know them. I have notes. Take them, but please bring them back. If you are truly... Yes, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Do you know of any places where the vampire section, at least, or any of the Illuminati might be housed within the city?
Oh, they are everywhere, my friend. Everywhere.
A headquarters?
Oof. This I do not know. I know from these historical tales and descriptions, and this one this is a book by some sort of monster hunter. Yes, it is. He calls himself a monster hunter. He says that he has fought these things. He says they are to be found in the lands beyond. But much of what I understand is they stay hidden. Yes, that is the power of the Illuminati. They are not known and they are not seen. They hide in plain sight. This book here is a partial. Yeah, it is a man from Mordant. His name is Van Richten.
Ooh. So, whilst I was away, did he give us any clues where to start? Oh, yes, he did the roof thing. And in terms of the king, that he knows is still about an operating thing. Did he want us to find him?
If you get any information about where he is, yes, of course. He must need support. He must know that there are many people who wish to know him. But if we can find him, then I can give him this package. Yes, he will need this package if he is to claim power, if he is to dethrone these fools, the Council of Brilliance and the Lord Governor. Yes, of course.
In the package.
Yes. My notes and the birth certificate and the letters and he spouts out and the diaries.
So you just to be clear, like us, you are very interested. In fact, you've made it your life's work to help the king, the lost king.
I am certain that he is our only chance, our only savior.
I will be the one. You will help in whatever way you can to aid him. Yes.
Yes.
Insight check, please.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
While they're doing that, if I could peruse the book in the Lamortian book.
Yes. The man seems very honest. He's completely obsessed, and he's completely passionate about this. There was no he's not feigning his excitement.
Well,
This man is a true believer, Elvis. As a matter of fact, he seems to have a religious fervor about this.
bear that in mind.
Okay, yes. So blah 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 blah. This book in Lemordian is a medical treatise. It seems to be Titus discussing all sorts of human aberrations and mutants. It is really kind of a study of Calibans at the end of the day. It's a very scientific medical treatise, but it seems to discuss partially, the fact that there are many different types of strange diseases that are inexplicable. And the chapter in which you will see there's one that says the blood drinkers, and seems to have an entire chapter discussing this strange disease that afflicts people, that seems to waste them away and give them a desire to drink blood.
Interesting.
Right, and the person seems dismissive at believing that there's anything supernatural, even though he says that it appears that those who were recently dead, would have come alive. We have done dissections on the dead results of these. It seems that their heart was stopped, and so it has a very scientific treatise, but sort of like overly skeptical about what's obvious. Right, what they're writing. But by the way, Titus, I never asked. Did you decide to have the same that thing I said about during the night it disappeared? Did that happen to you or not?
It did.
Okay, fine. And so it's like it hasn't occurred to you before, but you read this and you're like, it's obvious what they're talking about. What they're talking about is not natural, yet they're completely dismissive of it. It's like black is white and green is a pizza. Like, how could they write this stuff? Right? I mean, you're certainly no super genius, but as you're reading what they're saying, it seems like they're trying to talk themselves out of the obvious. And the book has also other pieces of information about other inhuman creatures that look like humans. So it seems very interesting in your perusal of it. So it talks about animal-minded disease, right, as they call it, and a couple of other things.
Okay.
It's a small, slim book, really. It's not, the biggest one is this collection of tales. So the one that's in High de Montlius is actually clearly a feverish book, written by someone who is wanting to connect the dots. The two main books, you look at them, they look like they're personal journals, as a matter of fact, right? Partially. There's a lot of handwritten marginalia and stuff. It's like a history book, essentially, in de Montlius, but then there's all sorts of stuff written in it and paperwork shoved in it. And it pretty much looks, like you would expect some sort of conspiracy theorist to have made. He says, "Go, this is all for you. You read it peruse it at your leisure."
Thank you. If I may, I'm going to go to... Sorry.
No, go ahead, guys. Talk, do whatever we want.
I'm going to go to everyone. I'll call the carriage if there's nothing else you guys want to do.
While in the carriage, I'd like to look at that book about vampires.
To get into the carriage. Yeah, there's a few. They gave us a few books. But to get to the carriage, I'm assuming he's moved off a few yards. I'm just going to stick my head out the window and whistle so that he can put the carriage straight in front of the door again. We can just jump in without, being seen. as far as possible. Anyway.
Okay, sure. So, right.
Like we did when we came in.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, this has been like maybe like 45 minutes, almost an hour of conversation, and eventually, yeah, you whistle and he comes by and he pretty much says like, look, I've been, Nikholai is going to come quickly and say, get in here. I've been going around the block nonstop. There are, and he points down the block. And he says, there's a street gang that's eyeing us.
Can we go round them?
Yeah, but they've been getting bigger and bigger. There's more of them. I've seen them coming. They haven't done anything yet, but I don't think we can stay here much longer.
Off? No, we're ready to go, mate.
Yeah.
Lead on. Get us out of here.
What are you guys going to go? What are you going to do?
Should we head? Well, I'll say don't go too fast once it's safe, but get us back to the academy, I should think, so we can have a look at these books and discuss stuff. What do you think? Yes, to us. You're not trying to
Come
hide.
on, Braegar. I thought Braegar, out of every one of us, I thought maybe you would be the most accepting.
Yeah. Well, where you come from, they sound like dicks, and that fits. He seemed happy enough.
Well, I, for one, think it would be a good plan to see where we stand on our information. Can't go making plans without knowing all that you can know. That spells trouble.
I agree.
Okay.
So.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, you guys are riding along. I presume that it's going to be without incident. You get yourselves to the bridge and use your fake identification and are able to cross and make your way back to the institution.
I think we wait till we get in our room and discuss it, yeah?
All right. What do you guys... Okay. So again, you've been given 5 books of various different qualities. One of them is in...
Darn it.
Yeah, again, like you have that information, so all of you can, it's going to take a while for you to read all these, right? They're books, so you have
I want to
them.
start reading the one about vampires in the carriage.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So that one is again written by a seems to be a translation of a book by a Van Richten into High Dimond Leaves. And it seems to like it's like missing pieces. It's not a full book, but the guy seems to be someone again who says that there are things beyond the mists that no mortal man would imagine, and he starts to describe, various chapters about what you can see the chapter headings, what vampires are, how they live, how to fight them. Much of this is...
So which... Sorry, carry on.
No. Okay, so that if that's the vampire book, yeah, that's a Van Richten one. Again, so it has quite a bit of useful information, or at least it seems. You read this, and some of the stuff is, it might be old wives' tales, but most of this seems stuff that you didn't even know, or stuff that you can confirm eventually.
So,
Okay.
which language did you say the books are in? We should probably divvy them out by people who can.
Yeah. So there's
Yeah.
there's a book in. I'm trying to remember who wanted what.
So there's one in Borg.
Titus. What was the book? You took the Lemordian book, right?
Yes.
Yes. So that Lemordian book is a medical treatise, right, about aberrant human diseases, diseases and aberrant human behaviors. Yeah. And then it's like part medical, part psychology. And then we've got two books in High Mortitish. Both of these books, one of them is a historical book that's full of, writing all over the pages and notes and so forth and so on. It says it's called it's a history of de Montlieu. All right, so that's one of them, and that's in High Mortitish. There is one in, I believe I said in Borken, and in this one in Borken is partially talking about the Illuminati. Right.
I'll take that one because I speak Borken.
Okay, and the other one is like myths and legends of the 5 kingdoms, and this seems to have a bunch of mythological tales or legends, and it's clear that maybe someone has written all over them, right? Also, it's full of notes, right? And he would have pointed out, he would have opened up in a section about the living dead. So then you basically have a fair amount of information there, right? Although it's going to take hours and hours to read all of it, right? All you're doing is skimming the books at the moment.
What is the book?
So right, you've got the medical book. You've got 2 books. One is myths and legends. One is a historical one. And then there's a book in, not in Borken, but there's the book in Balak, which is the language of Evangeline, and also I believe even the language of Nicholas. And this is a book that's been translated. It's not the original language, but it's the Van Richten book.
Okay.
About vampires.
I'm not sure. Is that language common or whatever? Because Barovian is my other language, my native language, and then what would common be considered?
So Barovian, the language of Barovia is Balak.
Oh.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So yeah, you speak Balak. You speak the native language of Barovia. The common language is essentially Low Mortitish. It's English.
Well, we're not going to have time to read these all today.
Yeah. So yeah.
Although I do. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go. Shut up. Go.
Although I do think that we should read at least the Vampires and the Illuminati books before we make a move on the Vampires. Personally, up to you if you're happy to leave it that long.
I do agree with that.
Beyond that, we need to track down Anatolia. This little book here seems particularly interesting. Whatever we find out about the mists and the Illuminati, this, I think, might hold the key to understanding what can be done with those problems. So, I think, mate, what do you think? Should we... we've got to report something to the upstairs about these different groups. I suggest... Well, what should we tell them? We know that this particular group of bourgeois people. I'm trying to find where it is.
The Salon of Freedom.
Yeah, the Salon of Freedom is probably providing most of the money, at least. Although I know they get it from multiple sources, and that the most powerful of the factions, therefore, is probably the faction within that faction. So do we want to lead them away from that whilst trying to make contact?
I like how you guys both had the same one.
I think our immediate problem is we need.
All right.
All right. I have a question. Is Balok, is that Barovian? I'm
Yes.
really confused. Okay, so I can read
Yes.
that book. Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. So let's make sure. Like, yes, Balak is the language of Barovia. No. These books are all, and these are all languages that are one way or another related to the five. The civilized crescent. Right? Did I say was there a language? Oh no! I'm sorry. I got that mixed up. There was the book from the Vistani. I messed that one. Sorry. There is a Vistani book. I forgot about that one.
What Van Richten's Guide to the Star?
No. So there is a.
That's being a massive dick at the moment.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh, hang on.
I guess the internet's copying you.
Yeah. Yeah. So what are we doing? Are we spending some time reading these books first? Well, I suppose the urgent thing is to go after this girl in case she sells it. Do we? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, you can.
All right. That whatever you guys. It's whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah. What do you think?
Sounds interesting to me.
I'll read the vampire book.
I think we should all read the books over.
I will read it to you as you sleep.
Thank you.
Which book is in my language?
Sorry, Shay?
Which book is in my language?
It's in the chat.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. It's the Van Richten vampire book is in anyone for is in Balak.
I don't trust Evangeline with it though.
I can take
excuse you.
She might make herself a more stronger vampire. Or Dhampir, or whatever the fuck it is.
That's the last thing I want.
That's what you say now.
You can speak High Dentish now, right? Little Herbie?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Yeah,
So you
he's
take
fine.
Legends.
Sorry, what did you say?
If you take the Myths and Legends book,
Oh, sure.
take the book about the Illuminati, and Balak is Eve's speciality.
Yeah, I also speak that. I speak everything. But yeah, I'll read the book about. I'll read the book. What did you say?
You learned it in a week?
Yes. Herbie is very adept at learning languages. He can even speak like a local now, if you want him to.
Yeah, and maybe whilst we're all reading, do you think Braegar would be open to the idea of trying to track down Anatolia? So we've got an interesting book we'd like her help with, that sort of thing. Oh. Okay. Well, you can read that one. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
Alright, so fuck.
How long does comprehend languages last? 8 hours or something? Mm-hmm. Okay, like you. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I mean, if that's because you guys spend your time, looking this up. Yeah. So I mean, you'll spend the day if you want, or a couple hours reading. I mean, I think each of those books will take a while for you to read fully or take notes. Like I said, this will give you advantage on any kind of history knowledge check concerning in these kinds of topics. Right. Yeah, and so, for example, yes, the Vistani stories are very interesting. These do tell tales of the mists. It even, it talks about the many lands that exist, within the mists themselves. It suggests that the Vistani themselves are of the mist, that they wandered here from the mist made them, brought them here. It's not sure. They have like origin stories. They also know that there was. It mentions that there was. The world grows all the time. The maps are not enough. Only the Vistani know and can find all the lands that are in the mists. Only they can see it all. Things like this. So that starts giving you some information, right? As a matter of fact, like some of this is going to essentially be truly kind of like dark knowledge.
Interesting.
As you guys chat and you read and you talk, and it definitely like any, again, each of these individually, it's going to reveal, a little bit more of information about what is going on. Again, here, the book about the Illuminati says that there are powers. There are powers in the lands. There are creatures that are not human, and it is they who pull the puppets. It is they who are the true owners and rulers. It is they who are the controllers of history.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm thinking maybe we should spend most of the day reading this, but nearer dark. Should we go after the rooftop thief, Louise Watson? Louise Parnett?
Yes, we should.
Because apparently the bloke was, I've been reading the notes, and he was scared that she was going to sell it. Yeah?
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, so yes, I mean you've got that information concerning this, again, the book. Let's remember although now a lot of time has passed, you've never followed. I mean, it matters, but things that you don't know anything what happened to Gerard Huss. You've got this piece of information. You've got information concerning the theater, right? You've got information concerning shenanigans related to the theater and to Lucien. You have, and you have this information about this book thief or this document thief.
Yeah, I mean, short term, they're all of varying importance, but in terms of urgency, I'd say that was number one. In case she sells it. Louise Parnack.
I don't know. Have I heard of him?
Oh, you've got to.
You want to spend some time with my contact, or like looking up my contacts?
Roll a history check.
All right. Okay.
You got no idea.
Nope. That's what I thought.
I mean, there's lots of different criminal gangs. You don't know all of them. I mean, your focus is on your neighborhood, and your gang. You can't know every single gang that exists. There's just dozens of them.
I know I'd like to piss on their graffiti, though. Halflings rule. Fuck everybody else.
Since I'm more of like a freelancer, would I have any knowledge?
Yeah, roll a knowledge check. Go ahead.
Ouch. Let's see. I guess I got to put that in here.
Yeah, just a history check. So I said knowledge check, a history check.
Jesus, that GIF you've put on there is like giving me a seizure when I look at it. I'm gonna look away. Yeah, I know, it's just something about the movement. It's freaky.
Okay. So I'm going to say this. You know that there are a certain. There's a whole set of gangs that work the roofs, right? That their main set. They're mostly stay. They live along the rooftops of the Quartier Ouvrier, right? And that's how they make their movements. And these are normally, the burglars and the cat burglars and the more sort of sophisticated thieves. You do not know in particular about this Louise Parnack. You haven't heard of her, but you would know that there are at least in this area, there must be 4 different gangs that are working.
All right.
I don't know to what time we're playing, by the way, but I have to leave in 20 minutes. Just so you all know. You guys can play without me, though. That's fine.
Gotcha.
God.
Okay. So.
Sorry.
No. It's okay. It's okay. So, how are you guys want to go about this?
Would I know any contacts, or would I have had an old snout, an old grass? What do you call them over there? Informant.
Well, yes. If you want to reach out to an informant,
only my backstory. I would possibly have one, at least in the Quartier Ouvrier, if not even amongst the.
Yes. How are you gonna send information? How are you gonna try and get information from them? I mean, that might take some time. You're gonna go to them, or you're gonna
normally do is go to them, wait in an alley, find them, smack them up against the wall, and say, "Hello, what you got for me?"
All right, if that's what you guys, are you going to do that alone? Is everybody going to go with them?
Well, what I would say in this instance, though, is get like the scariest of us, so Braegar, probably, to say I'm here on behalf of Elvis because he's out of the city, and he'll, offer him the usual rate, which I presume would be like gold, if that. No, it would definitely be at least the gold. And do the intimidating for me. Because I don't want his sort to know I'm back in the city.
All right, Braegar, you're gonna do this run. Yes.
Really flash your eyes and make him shit himself, but do
So-
pay him.
So who's this informant? Tell me.
His name is Manu Petit. Eventually, I'm going to run out of French Arsenal players, but not for a while.
All right. So the informant is Manu Petit. Okay. What's his deal? What's he hooked into?
It's a general sort of, like in prison, he's the guy that can get you everything. He's like that on the streets. He's a go-between between gangs. When they have one gang has something that another gang needs, he brokers the deal and gets it done. He's into his drugs though, so no one really trusts him. But they also trust the fact that if he wants to get his drugs, he'll do exactly what they say. And the reason he works with us is because he needs money for drugs. So basically, he enjoys drugs a great deal.
Okay.
And he enjoys not being beaten to death by a 6'7" man, or presumably now a mutant, so to speak.
All right. So, and we're going to say that you're going to get yourself, Braegar, you're going to get yourself down into the culture ouvrière.
I'll go for backup, but I don't want to be seen.
Okay. So you're
I'll
all
stay
going
like
to.
a couple of. I'm going to go, but because I don't want to leave him on his own situation. It's my responsibility. But I'm going to ask. I'm going to stay in a cafe or something out of sight. Just someone reading the paper, having a bite to eat.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
That sort of thing. So Braegar knows where I am. If he gets in trouble.
Well, if you guys are going to go down to where you need to go, I mean, it ain't a very pretty looking area, right? So,
no.
There aren't many cafes or that type.
Yeah,
of
we're going to have to check the usual haunts that I would know. So certain streets where he would hang around, back alleys usually.
Yeah.
A tavern or two, and also maybe like the Port Eleusin equivalent of like a heroin den.
Yeah. That's the type of place we're talking about. Yeah. So you would probably be in a.
And I'd say to Braegar, under no circumstances can this guy or anyone like him know that I'm back in the city. You understand? Of course.
Okay. Should I paint my face red?
I think that would be culturally insensitive.
Yeah, there we go. So this is the type of place you're going to find your boy, right? Yeah. So he's going to be out. You guys are going to go back. You guys are going to go in the carriage again. And there's probably some slummy bars you could find yourselves in.
Yeah. So I will find myself a slummy bar where I've not been and no one knows. And I'll try and,
Gotcha. I mean,
just
again,
sit in a corner table drinking.
Okay. So you got a full description. It takes a while, but eventually you guys see this. See the informant, this Manu Petit. What's this guy look like? Manu Petit, by the way.
He's got a blonde pony. Obviously, in this context, quite greasy. Pulled back, and he's got quite a full face. Quite a, he's quite a strong-looking bloke. But at the same time, you see the drugs have really taken effect, and that actually he's withered away somewhat from his glory days, which were probably between the ages of 14 and 15 for him. Okay. I tell you what he looks like. He looks a little bit like this, but more emaciated, dirtier, and very, very into drugs.
Well, I'm expecting Charles to send a picture of me right now. No.
No. There's no rat folk in this game, as far as I know.
Okay.
All right, you bastard.
All right. So that's who we got. All right, cool. All right, man. So you guys find him. I'm going to say that you're tracking a neighborhood. You guys are walking around. Obviously, you know how to be here. And again, it's so it's Braegar, it's Herbie, and it's Eve. And who else? Anybody else with him?
I'll go with him.
Okay.
I'm used to this part of town.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All of you kind of handle yourselves around. So eventually you see him. He's definitely looks like he's handing off some buying some drugs or something from somebody. Not necessarily working, and he tries to disappear into a little alley, right into the shadows. Right after that, so you find him there, kind of hanging out in the shadows. He's clearly looks like he's got some kind of something in his hands. You see it as like a Braegar. You've never seen it before. Maybe I don't know. It's a needle, right? He definitely has some sort of shiny glass vial thing with a long, pointy thing. So I don't know if you may or may not have seen it, but you definitely know what it is, Titus. And you see he's trying to inject something into his arm. So how are you guys going to intimidate this motherfucker?
What kind of stuff does it look like it's made of, guy?
Oh, yeah, it's like some kind of yellowy liquid.
No, sir. I mean, what kind of liquid is, or what kind of material is the needle made of?
It's metal.
It's metal, and is like the whole thing metal, or it's just the point?
It looks like it looks like it's some kind of like glass, and actually, this is probably cheap. It's not glass.
Would you say I could by throwing something at it really?
No, I don't think that's what Braegar means.
Oh. Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Okay. All right. I'm very quickly going and grab whatever hand he's trying to use to plunge it into himself. Say, hey there, buddy. Can I talk to you for a second?
All right. I mean, you gonna try and like sneak up on him, or are you just gonna
Yeah. I kind of want to just like come on and just immediately like grab. Guess like hand and remove it from the needle. Say, hey there.
Okay, you're getting all robotic. All right, just give me a sneak check so that you can get him.
Sorry. Yeah. I think my internet's being a bit laggy.
Yeah. It would be It would be all It'll be all kind of more like this. Yes, probably mostly metallic.
The first one.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. You totally catch him by surprise. He's got
it's the first one, not the second one. Is that still catch him by surprise? Okay.
Oh yeah. You do. He's not paying attention. You do.
So then then I grab his hand, and as I grab his hand, I take the needle out at the same time.
Yeah, like you kind of like grab his hand and you kind of partially rip it out. Like blood starts flowing from his arm. You're gonna
I'm gonna apply pressure. I'm gonna press my hand on the wound and say.
You can do a grapple check here because he's gonna he's gonna try and react to you.
All right. Well, do you want me to roll for grapple athletics?
It's a strength check.
Okay.
You can run in now and try and help him. Yeah. So, because first he kind of sneaked up and startled the guy. So. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. I mean, the guy's going to surprise round in a sense because he has a surprise condition because Herbie totally just surprised him. So you were able to come in and help, and that'll give Herbie advantage on it. And so yeah, I mean you, and then you come up and you just grab him and just smash him against the wall. And now he's
Hey, all we want to do is just talk. If you tell us what we need to know, you'll get your needle back.
Fuck, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
Braegar?
Yeah, information. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'll tell you whatever. Man. Right. Yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah. He starts to smile. His teeth are all fucking dirty and rotted out. You can see like his arm is all like, it must be like infected or something. It's kind of gross. It's like got seeping wounds all over his arm. All right. Boom. You totally draw blood. Like the teeth.
Braegar, walk it off. Go away, crazy man. Walk it off.
He probably spits out like 2 rotten teeth.
Don't tell him his name, you idiot.
Oh, I mean, sorry. You red man, walk it off.
What? Fuck. Yeah, fucking Braegar.
Hey, shut the fuck up, you dirty blonde fucker. Now listen here.
Fuck you, man. Oh, I say I got good information. Go ahead.
Oh, fuck. Shut up, Braegar.
Alright. Listen here, man. You don't know us, and you will never know us. You will never see us again if you answer our question. This is fake news. I've never done that before. And if you have heard his name, I'll be sure to cut you yourself. So have you heard his name?
No. I don't know anybody's name.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, man. Nobody.
Alright. We want to know about... Yeah, actually... No. He's lying, I know. This is good. Don't worry, Charles. Who's tortured people over the years? Come on, you are Herbie.
Why on earth would I worry about a man who went to do a specific task, forgot
and
to
already gotten derailed,
and then shouted out his mate's name in front of the criminal who's well
connected
to all.
Hey, you don't even know this is happening. Okay, stop mad at me, Charles.
Eve, are you with
Elvis? Isn't?
Sorry, Eve, are you with Elvis? Are you on this adventure? You must be here, right? You with Elvis? Am I presuming, or where are you?
I'm not sure. I really didn't go anywhere. I think I'm still at the academy.
Sure. Okay. All right. No problem. You're still poring over the books. That's totally fine. All right. I just want to kind of double check what's going on here. All right. Yeah, guys, go ahead.
Louise. Yeah, Louise thing.
Louise Parnak.
Yeah. And do pay him if you can.
All right.
He likes that.
So, what can you tell me about Louis Louis? You know his name.
Louise Parnak.
Yeah, Louis Parnak. Oh, he's like, he's still like spitting out blood. He's looking at you. He's looking at you, Titus. Because you're also looming over them at this point. I presume you've come up, and you are a mean-looking guy. He's like, oh, what? Oh, what that roof? That roof runner? Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Roof runner, yes.
No, what about her? What about her? What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Yeah, I've done business with her. Yeah, she's got all sorts of stuff. Yeah,
her.
It's like, Louise. Well, she's on the roofs. I mean, she's. Look, I'll tell you, she's in. You're gonna find her in a courthouse. Yeah, and yeah, but he tells you like the names of like a couple of streets where that it's like the gang mostly they all kind of make their home over there. Yeah. By the way, it's not a man, it's a woman. It's a she. Who would have thought, huh? Yeah, I mean he names a couple of streets, and it's just in another one of the main slum areas that's nearby, right? One of the interconnected. It's not far off. It's probably like a from here where you are would probably like a 15 to 20-minute walk. No, this isn't her turf yet. Yeah. Are you asking them? Like, yeah. Okay. So you guys would know that this is. Give me a second here.
The Hardy Boy.
There used to be more, but they're dead now. Just one boy.
The not so hardy boys.
He's the only hardy one. All of the other ones weren't good enough.
Yeah.
So this particular area is not your neighborhood. And he tells you the name of one of the archipels who control the area. You guys are probably come from you guys probably come like from 15 minutes to the west of this area where you're at right now, right? And so he name drops. He says like, look, there is.
I would say, by the way, that while this is all happening, while we're like questioning him, Herbie's like got his hand on the needle, and he's like, "By the way, if you don't tell us what you know, I'll start putting this stuff on the floor."
Oh no! I swear. Look. Yeah, look. So there's a roof runner. His name is Renodus. Yeah. Is Ren. That's his name. Yeah. Now, yeah, that guy. He runs stuff around here. At least he runs the roofs, right? It ain't me, right? I'll tell you something. Him and Luis, they don't get along. He's like, I work for anybody, anybody who wants something. That's with me, man. I got no affiliation. It's whoever, the roof runners. Right? I'm neutral. With Luis or Renadith. Yeah, man. I got no problem with anybody, man. Right? That's basically the idea of who this guy is. Correct?
I wanna roll insight to see if he's lying or not, Con. If I can.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Yes, he's not being totally honest.
Oh. Well, I guess it's time for me to empty this thing, unless you want to start being truthful with me, huh?
No,
I'm just trying to help you here.
No, man. What's the matter, bro? What do you want to know, man?
I want to know what you're keeping from us.
Look, man. Look. What you want to know? What you want to know that who's running? Who's really running things around here? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, look, man. Kaware, okay, man. He's here too. He's come in. I know people are gonna say that that ain't who he is, but I know who's running things here. He's come in. He's taken over. He's brought everybody out.
And how? What is his name? Can you repeat that, please?
No. Like you know who it is. So number one, he says that there's a couple things he said. Number one, he said that the I had to just look my information. If I have too much info, my apologies. He says the Archipart who controls this place is the King of Slang, right?
Mm.
That's the guy who's supposed to be the head of the gangs here in this neighborhood. And where you guys are is Les Rouges, right? That is the slum that you guys are in. But he's like, no, man, no. And it's the name that you heard before. It's Coer, right? It's the same guy who's got a bounty on your head.
Remember the Corsair gang?
Yeah, Corsair, yes.
Oh, the guy I've already taken out once. That guy.
Yes.
That guy,
The
yeah.
leader of that gang.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know. Just
Cool.
just give me some of that special white powder, and I'll take them all.
And so he says, like, look, man, I got nothing. But at the end of the day, man, I don't mess with them. And if they tell me not to work with somebody, I won't work with no one, right? I'm gonna tell you something. This Louise Parnack, man, she's not trying to play. She's trying to, she's messing around. She's been doing what she's doing. She's over in house, but she's trying to make some moves here. And I heard some bad stuff, man. I heard that she's going to be taken out because she don't want to play by the rules. Right? All right, that's what I heard. Now that's not my problem. That's not my problem. I just buy and sell, and I just help people. That's it.
I said,
right?
I know. Do you know by who?
Corsair, man, she don't want to pay money to him, man. Like, he's taking over, man. Don't you get it? You don't cross that motherfucker, whoever he is. I mean, what is there anything else you want to know? So he's telling you where you're going to find Louise Parnack. Actually, I
Who
would
turns
say
out to be a girl, right? Louise.
yes. I'm sorry. Yeah. So Louise Parnack.
I have no idea why I thought it was a man the whole time.
Is
Guess I'm just a sexist pig.
Female name.
Calls La Boucherie home, right? So she's in the La Boucherie. You guys are actually from the Miracle House, right? And then this place, Les Roules, is like the easternmost slum. Les Roules. So, like where you guys were before, Miracle House, like where you found actually the most of everything that's happened to you, most of the stuff is Miracle House, and that's where you first heard about Corsair's gang. But obviously, this guy's trying to say that guy's spreading.
Thumbs out by the wall.
Right.
Anything else you guys want to ask this guy?
What's the latest business?
Okay. He's like,
You're asking stocks and shares.
okay.
No, I'm asking what kind of drugs they're running.
He gives you like a list. He's like, yeah, man, look, it's all this stuff in that Roku stuff, man. That Roku stuff is getting real popular. Yeah, I mean, and he's looking at it. My stuff, what you got in your hand. This is the best version of it, man. Before they were snorting it, but this is new. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah,
Wait, you're saying this is cocaine?
No, this is like you realize he's talking about the poppy liquid, the poppy powder. This stuff is
that the shit? Okay.
Yeah, like you know about smoking opium, but like now he's basically telling you that this is a new, more potent version, i.e., some kind of D&D heroin.
Just liquid asbestos.
I'm gonna slap him in the face and say, "Stop getting high in your own supply, you idiot! Learn how to sell drugs." And then I'm gonna plunge the needle in the hole he made before.
Oh!
Have fun, kid.
Oh.
Yes. Wait, why are you saying my name, you dumb idiot?
Both easier to find.
Hey, do you want to come outside with us for a second? I want to show you something cool, but I can't show it to you here. Oh,
Yeah.
are we? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I thought we were in like, okay.
No, you've been in an alleyway the whole time. The guy went into an alleyway to duck and fucking inject himself, man.
All right, Braegar, you take this one. And Herbie's gonna turn around and walk out of the alleyway, standing guard. You better be paying extra for this, old fool. Or why is this my fault? He only knew your name before.
Why are they killing the one man who can...
What? Okay, he's like, well,
All right, before he can run, Herbie's just immediately, he already had his dagger at the ready. He's gonna plunge his dagger like into that guy.
all right, okay, yeah, because he's like trying to crawl and slink away, like not even fucking second. He's gotta, yeah, okay. So you end up stabbing a guy. Yeah,
I reckon that kills him.
You kill him. You kill him.
Are there any witnesses around?
There's some other.
First.
There's some other seemingly drugged out, zoned out people in the alleyway.
All right. Does it look like they're looking at us?
Nope.
Okay. Braegar, make it look like this was an overdoses.
An overdose of a dagger.
Hey, I'm taking my dagger out. I'm plunging the needle into where I plunged the dagger. And then with my disguise kit, I'm gonna create like a fake skin part around it.
I don't think overdoses work that way.
Not a miracle.
no.
Okay, what is Herbie's intelligence modifier?
It's just +1.
You just killed your informant, bro.
Stop using your intelligence modifier and use Herbie's.
This is not a miracle cure.
By the way, my man Titus, are you cool with all this? Were you gonna do anything? Anything happening while you're watching all this shit go down?
Well, I'm going to ask the little ratling if he's quite done wasting all of our time.
Yeah.
Because we found out everything we wanted to know.
And now that guy's dead and bleeding in the alleyway. Okay.
He's not my informant.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Wait, I cannot cover up the wound because this is street knowledge from Herbie, right? Okay.
You can't cover. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, you close
like you're like, you bashed his head in and then you just tucked his hat over the hole in his head. You're just like, there, no one will know.
Yeah. I mean, the best you can do is lay him down, right? So it looks like the other junkies in this fucking alleyway, essentially. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's just sleeping. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna cover the wound up. I mean, maybe you bundle his coat up or his shirt around him.
I'm having some deja vu. He's just drunk in an alleyway. He's not dead.
Exactly.
Yeah, except this is a little bit easier to cover up a broken neck than it is a fucking knife wound.
Hey.
So, hey, look, it's what happened. And nobody's paying attention.
Exactly.
Nobody cares here. Somebody walks back past the alleyway, shuffling past you, sits down. Takes out this disgusting, dirty, small, metallic needle and injects himself. Wow. And you hear them gasping and sort of in pleasure, and then they just nod off, and they're like, no one gives a shit. Should we kill another one, Braegar, just for fun? No, I'm kicking those ways. No. That is not who I am. That is not who I am anymore. Let's go. Okay. And you guys are going to be able to go meet Elvis back in the shithole bar that he's in.
Hey,
Oh, hold on. Yeah, we got all the information, and then he ran off. I don't know where he went.
I mean, I suppose I'd believe you. I mean, I don't believe anything you say if Braegar had said it, mate.
I tell him that
I don't think
the
I'd
rattling.
assume that.
I
Sorry.
tell him the rattling knifed his informant.
Oopa.
That's the
Did you-
complete lie.
Did
That's
you really
the
tell
lie.
me that? Did you tell me? I look at Herbie and I say nothing, and then I look at Braegar and say, "What's he talking about?"
What are all these people why are they framing me for something I haven't done?
Do you know how many years it took me to cultivate that informant? Do you know how many amazing tips he gave me? Do you know how many pieces of information we could have got about this entire fucking district from him in the future? Why on earth did he have to die?
Hey! I only think he didn't die. I don't know what you're talking about. Why is everybody still lying? Come on. What are you talking about? I never.
I am going to like a shot, whip my hand out and grab him by the throat.
All right, I'm gonna try and wiggle my way out of that. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going to drop to the floor. Yeah, I'm gonna drop to the floor. All right. What did you say, Sir Braegar?
Well, yeah. So I'm going to grab Herbie by the neck. What's that? An attack roll or strength?
That's a grapple. I mean, assuming he's going to fight it. Yeah.
Okay. Oh dear. This little prick is the luckiest cunt in the world. Herbie. Unless you rolled a natural 1.
I can roll that one instead, right? Or no? Like a dex check. I kind of want to as soon as I see his hand coming out my throat, I just want to drop to the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a legitimate way of getting out of it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unless
Go
you roll a
ahead.
natural 1. You're not. Gonna get
All right.
You just barely get out of his grasp.
I rolled a 10.
Barely get out of his grasp. Right? And roll underneath the table.
Yeah, I roll underneath the table. Fuck off, Elvis. Leave me alone. Braegar killed him. It wasn't me. I mean, he's not dead.
Okay. You literally just used my name.
Yes. Now, yeah. Weren't you guys supposed to be using your fake names? Yeah. Now everybody's staring because you're all shouting.
Even that bloke I called myself Cyril.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck you, Cyril.
Yeah. All right. So you just said Elvis's name in the middle of this place. Yeah, that's good, Elvis.
All right. I am going to start running now, guys.
And Braegar's name in the middle of this place.
It was a great. Well, they've already said Herbie like 10 times. Fuck them. Fuck them all.
Braegar has no problem in this pub. No one knows Braegar in this pub and connect him to the murder. But the name Elvis.
What murder are you talking about?
Okay, I'm talking out of character. It's all right. We all know it happened.
It's a no for myself almost.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really hoping he is running. Elvis is now looking around, seeing if anyone noticed him.
I mean, they're all looking at this, because you shout, I don't know how loudly you had this conversation, right? But clearly huh? Thunder sneeze. Okay, all right. And after all this happens,
trying to get me killed.
And a fucking thunder sneeze, and the thunder sneeze goes out, right? Everybody spills their beers or whatever, the gin drinks that they have, and the half sleeping drunks sort of awaken and piss themselves. So when you hit the thunder sneeze, what are you gonna do?
Herbie is gonna dash out of there and say, "Oh, I'll see you guys later, guys. Great to know you."
I'm gonna ignore Herbie, pull my hood down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually have to go. By the way, that's why Herbie's dashing out of this thing.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'll see you guys next week. Maybe. I don't know actually yet, but we'll see.
Good place to dash. Elvis is just starting to lose patience with you now.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to do an initiative and do a proper chase, it's up to you guys.
I do have to leave right now, but Anthony, double dash, stealth, and stab me in the ankle.
No, I'm not chasing, but
Do you ever catch up to that,
not,
Charles?
I'm not actually chasing him though.
Oh, okay.
I let him go.
Yeah, okay.
I wasn't chasing him. I said I was glad he ran away.
Yeah,
But,
because otherwise you might break his neck.
Put my hand on Braegar's shoulder and say, "Let's take a walk."
Is he going to talk about getting rid of Herbie?
I'm gonna lean. I'm just gonna kind of like ask.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna ask the two remaining. Is he? Is his lips normally that loose?
Yeah, it's not his lips; it's the brain stem to which it's attached. It's just not there.
I think I should play more with Herbie's intelligence than my intelligence. I just keep forgetting that I'm not supposed to say your actual names.
and then out of character, what is when you do your thunder sneeze thing? What are you actually doing? Just out of character. Okay, I figured. I just was like.
Yeah, it's super simple. Yeah, prestidigitation. Yeah.
All right. I'll be all right. I'll be back, or not tonight, but I'll see you guys.
Yeah,
okay?
I got you. I got you. Well, I know Eve has to leave soon too. So I know, right? Eve?
Gotta go get the kids some food.
Yeah. So.
Can make it themselves.
We're going to Subway.
I was right
then. So I don't know if you guys do we want to end it here? Because
yeah, sure. I mean, I was just gonna get Braegar to tell me, what happened. So I'm happy to leave it there.
I mean, you can role play this out. I mean, yeah, you can role play that. I just mean in terms of like anything more like adventurous, so to speak.
So, no, I think I'd just start walking back. Sorry, carry on. What the information was, what the hell went on. You can see that I'm actually upset because I have a bit of a soft spot for this guy. He was just one of life's survivors and a complete fuck. Very, very useful. So yeah, you notice that, but I'm okay. I just wanted to know what he told us. Where this woman. Then we can't be too careful right now. I'm not going after you. There was some drugs on him. Yeah. All right. Well, look, I wouldn't trust everything he says normally, but this sounds solid. Let's check it out. I understand that it's like I didn't know we haven't had a choice before when we were dealing with the Corsair gang. So the problem is choice in not saying our names out loud. Anyway, let's get back to the academy, find Eve, etc. And let's hope I've calmed down by the time. And that seems like a decent place to leave it, isn't it?
Okay.
Not that I would happily carry on, but. No. Now that I find shocking. And I slap him on the back and
What did happen to that character?
Yeah. That was fucking perfect timing from you.
The
Oh,
one thing
man.
I would ask on the way back is to Braegar. You mentioned that you come from a place with apparently very different cultures than here. Where would that place be, if you don't mind?
Yes. Okay, give me a second. I gotta make sure I got the right name. I'm forgetting the domain. If I, God damn it!
If you wanna like give said information to me after the fact.
Tepest. I'm just telling you, Anthony. Anthony, you are originally from the domain called Tepest. Yeah. Which is again far through the mist. You don't even know how to get back because you don't. Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes. 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 And it is unlikely anyone here has heard of this place called Tepest.
Well, how did you get here? Do you know? Fair enough. Yeah, Kai, you know the letter?
Yes.
Are you going to finish that by next
I-
week, sort of?
I wrote you some stuff.
Oh, that was everything you said?
Yeah, I mean yeah. I mean, I can add more, but that was some information. Yeah. I can give you more like today.
What he said, then I will turn to Braegar and I don't distrust, but I don't fully trust Titus yet. So I'll say, Titus, give me a minute, will you?
All right.
Need a quick word with Braegar. It's nothing about you, I promise.
I
And
understand.
once he's a safe distance away, I'll say, sent that letter to my mother, if you remember rightly. I also sent a letter to a friend. He says that there have been some strange people turning up at my mother's house. I don't know how to deal with it. If I go near it. Yeah, his exact words were, where are they?
I sent a man
She
to your
says,
mother's house.
yeah,
Right.
she says she's had visitors of strange men asking at least twice about. Now, he didn't say anything more than strange, but he knows everyone. If it was a gang, anything like that, he'd know. So I'm thinking it's either the paid help of the bloke who's trying to find me, or it's got something to do with what we're doing. Either, yeah. But my priority is to try and get her out of there. But the more I'm seen around there, the worse it's going to. And you can turn into whoever you like. So I was wondering if you take a couple of the other guys and help me out. I'd owe you a favour. Thank you. All right. Well, back to the academy. I try and catch up with Titus.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you guys can make your way back through the slums and out of here. You can do whatever you guys want.
We need a bit of planning. She lives in like one of the nicer bits of the shittiest bit, which is to say the Uve.
Okay, yeah, okay. So she might not live in like the hardcore slums. Like she could just, there's not every. I mean, you guys came from the slummiest of the slums. Like, she could live in a nicer part of the poor area.
Proper working class house, not American working, quite big. I'm talking like Victorian English working class. Not tenants. What do you call them? Buildings that are all connected. So
Yeah,
really,
row houses.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I mean, the slum lands are really like around here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like she could live here, this northern area.
That's what I was thinking. Near the market as well, so she could talk.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge main market down here, and then there's some smaller markets markets up here because of the river, right? So there's definitely ships that come through here to bring goods. So sometimes they end up there's probably like a river dock run by the Halflings that helps to distribute stuff there, because the Halflings seem to have a monopoly on river based shipping and trade.
I think one Halfling I'd like to give a monopoly on river water. Yeah.
So
okay.
if you guys want to eventually make your way out of there, that's not a problem.
I would say I think doing it now would be problematic. She doesn't know you from Adam. I need to be able to get word to her. Suppose you could take it with you, but yeah, we also need to have something already set up, a house to bring her to.
Now, are you guys going to go do this by yourself? Or who else?
We'd tell you. We just wouldn't tell you it was my mother, I think.
Okay.
That there's a person we need to protect.
Sounds alright.
But yeah, I would say where we'd need to find a house for her. Somewhere she could stay permanently. Or, temporarily at least. But I'm not comfortable bringing her into the slums. That'll actually make it harder to look out. I will get in contact with my contact, who she's been checked on anyway, periodically. But if we get her out and you can do the poor Mrs. Lamar thing, that's a good idea. But I need some time to set up somewhere for her and to let my friend know so that he doesn't interfere. Try and protect her effectively. So let's get back to the academy. I'll write out the letters, give them to my courier, and we will go there. I'll go from there, yeah? Cool.